This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. My name is Paul and Verum Toddkill, and I will be your host once again here in the world of PUBG Mobile. We are so excited to be back for Season 5. Season 4 was a blast, and I cannot wait to see so many of these amazing returning teams. And speaking of things that are returning, of course, I have to give a huge shout out to the presenting partner of the Mobile Open. It is AT&T, helping us to support the grassroots of mobile esports, giving these players a platform on which to compete. And last time around in Season 4, we were so excited to welcome Sony Mobile as the official mobile partner for the ESL Mobile Open with their Xperia 1. And we are very excited to welcome them back once again for our Season 5 playoffs. But because it's Monday, that means it's all about PUBG Mobile. And it wouldn't be a PUBG Mobile show without the one and only Daniel Digon Gonzalez. The camo is back in the building, albeit virtually. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be back here. The Mobile Open is just a fantastic place for talent here in North America. We've had so many big storylines over the last year, over the last 4 seasons of the Mobile Open. Super excited to get Season 5 underway.
Oh, absolutely. The players have been competing, grinding out matches for the last 6 weeks. They had 4 weeks of open qualifiers, 2 weeks of closed qualifiers, and now that means we're down to our playoffs. The top 32 have made it here to this point, but oh my goodness, the action is just getting started because there are a lot of, mobile gamers, period, in the United States. There's over 200 million mobile gamers in the United States alone, and we have had over 1 million entrants so far in the ESL Mobile Open. Over 1 million. That is a crazy amount of players. And this season, for PUBG Mobile, we have had 32 squads make it here to the playoffs, but only 16, Digon. Only 16. Only 16 will make it to our finals.
A little bit of a change here. We've always had bigger lobbies with 20 teams per group. Now we've bumped it back down to 16, so only 16 will play in the finals themselves. So it'll be super fun to see a little bit more space for these players to play within in each game, as well as now the lobbies, there's less spots for you to make it in. So I expect each group stage to be so competitive.
Absolutely, because I think one of the things we need to point out, of course, is that coming into 2020, we've updated our format. We are very much in line with the rest of the broader PUBG Mobile ecosystem. We have changed to third person. We have all the same settings in terms of lobby size and points and a lot of other stuff. And speaking of points, let's talk about scoring as well, because the goal of this, of course, was to make sure we line up with the broader programs that are going on for PUBG Mobile, because that also works for our program, because the team that wins Season 5, Digon, gets a spot all the way in the group stages of the PMCO qualifiers. They just get to jump the line all the way up there.
Yeah, and that's what's great about it. So one of the things with the scoring that is now different, 1 point per kill, which means kills are worth more, as well as the tiered point system for first down to fourth. There's so much more emphasis on getting the chicken dinner and how much more it gives, just like it was before when we were using hundreds of points to calculate. But also second to third is a big drop off, 14 points compared to 10, and then third to fourth, 10 to 8. So big changes here in terms of the way that we score things. Again, as you noted, we want to be completely lined up with the competitive PUBG Mobile ecosystem. And to do that, we follow the same rules that they have, which just puts a little bit more emphasis on fighting. So expect to see a lot more explosive plays in the upcoming weeks.
Absolutely, because, traditionally we have these slower starts. Well, in 16 squads, we're probably going to have some of these slower starts. But in the mid game, when those circles start to get 2, 3, 4, and things really start to heat up, all you have to do is wipe one squad.
Yep.
4 points, go from 1 to 5. That's the equivalent of coming in 7th. That's a huge increase in terms of the amount of placement you're getting. So hopefully teams take note of that increased incentivization to get in on the action. And speaking of the action, these are the teams that are going to be taking part. A lot of familiar faces in here, Digon, but also some new teams stepping on up to the plate.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, in my opinion. Like, it's all about getting some familiar faces compared to some brand new teams that could possibly rock the boat here and make their own claim to fame at this grassroots level. You're taking a look at the scoreboards here. G25, they've been on the cusp for such a long time, and they are head and shoulders above everyone else in terms of qualifying points. But now that we're in the playoffs, will teams like G25, Hype, and Execute be able to hold on with the likes of Tribe Gaming, of Wildcard, and other qualified PMPL teams starting to turn it on just a little bit here?
What I love about this is the spread in points for G25 Gaming is pretty incredible. It just shows how many games they put in our qualifier stages. As we check out the rest of the leaderboards as well, you can see just how far the spread is. But a team like G25 Gaming is taking advantage of the practice that they are getting in these matches, which is fantastic because they're going to be able to learn more about the teams they're playing up against, learn more of the different strategies they're going to come to expect. And as I said, there are 32 teams who have made it here into the playoffs. If we take a look at the rest of the teams that have made it here, again, a lot of teams that you're very familiar with. Cloud9, though, Pittsburgh Knights, Simplicity, Omen Elite, they're actually Endgame. They're actually down here towards the bottom, but that doesn't mean they're any less of a threat.
Oh, no, definitely not. These guys are consummate pros. I expect them to be popping on up, and they've had lots of different games to play. In the North American PUBG Mobile community, there are a lot of tournaments, but everyone knows the Mobile Open is the one that you want to get on. Have your voices announced by myself and Paul and Verum Toddkill. And I think that's why guys are like, you know what? We got just enough points to get ourselves on in here, and we'll be participating in season number 5. So when you see Cloud9 down here, when you see Omen Elite down here, Pittsburgh Knights down here, you're kind of surprised at first, but then you realize, hey, look, they've got themselves spread relatively thin, so them qualifying is just a testament to how good they are, right? They're just like, yeah, you know what? We put in enough time. There's enough points. We're in the big dance. Everything gets reset, and we start from fresh.
And that is, of course, very important to note. The big thing about the way these standings work is they affect the seeding and they affect the groups, which is something we should take a look at. Because, of course, today we are starting off with group number 1. And again, you'll note, Degon, that there are a lot of very good teams. And there's a lot of good teams across both groups, but there are a lot of good teams here in group number 1. And it's just the luck of the draw. It's a snake draft, is what we call it. It's just alternating. So like 1, 3, 5, 7, all the odd numbers. And we ended up with G25, Tribe, Tempo Storm, Endgame, Owen Elites. I mean, there's a lot of really, in fact, there are our number 1, 2, and 3 team from last season all in this group.
Yeah, this is a crazy lobby, and I'd like to say that both lobbies are made equal, but as you said, because the way the snake draft went back and forth based off of their placement in the qualifiers, it made this just insanely competitive. I just rifled off a tweet right now. If you want to go see it, make sure you follow the ESL PUBG Mobile Twitter. It's insane. There's 5 or 6 teams that could possibly come out on top of this, and I'm expecting a lot of fighting and some of these newer teams to take it a little bit slower, because with all of these aggressive teams with competitive experience, ESL Mobile Open experience, it's going to be hectic and a lot of fun to watch over the next 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, there are going to be a lot of teams looking to set the pace, rotate in early, take over these compounds, make other teams come to them. And one of the teams that I expect to be doing that, of course, it has to be our Season 4 champions, Wildcard Gaming. Mm-hmm. They came in, looked solid from start to finish, but the name of the game for this squad has to be consistency. They consistently performed well. They consistently executed on these rotations, and their shots, well, let's just say they don't miss a whole lot of times.
No, they definitely don't. And when you look at this roster, I see a lot of nomads, Acer, Slicky, Spring, Beach, all 4 of those guys, starters, almost starters on some of the top teams in all of North America. Omen Elite had both Spring and Beach on the roster at one point. Acer, formerly part of the Misfits roster, I believe, earlier in season 1. And Slicky, part of that amazing run over in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center. These guys have always had their moments, but just never could find the right team to put it together with. And here with Enigma, the longer standing member here, Wildcard, they found their groove and they dominated. And it wasn't just a flash in the pan, because in the PMPL scrims, they also are dominating and find themselves in the top 5 of all of the Americas region. Now, if we're just whittling it back down to just North America, like we are here in the Mobile Open, they are one of the teams to beat.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's so important to note, again, these are players that, again, had those moments to shine, but they were just, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, maybe. They were always just kind of one step away from showing off their potential, that level of greatness. But again, here in the Mobile Open, the cards, they fell just right, and they were able to really show up last season. But we'll see what they do this time around. But as I said, if we look at the predictions going into this next lobby, or the first lobby of the day, I should say, there are so many amazing teams here that could really go off. I look over towards Twitch chat, and Endgame seems to be one of the favorites coming on into this. And of course, another roster with a lot of familiar faces, D-Gon.
Yeah, Endgame, these guys, vets. You could just hear veteran savvy. They've all had their different, again, journeys, very much like a wild card. And when you look at the way that this roster is stacked up with Kato, with Ironsight, with Everfury, with Grimly, who was also part of that run over in the Barclays Center with Slicky. Slicky and Grimly were back-to-back, wiping things out in New York. Big stage didn't even matter. These guys are on the cusp of making another run and becoming another wildcard gaming type team if they can put it together. One of the issues that this team might run into is that they do all have very specific ways they want to play the game. Kind of have big egos on how they work together and haven't been able to stick onto a roster. So the big question is, can they put that aside? When things go wrong, how do they react? And in a lobby like this, where you probably got 5 other more established teams in front of you, you got to be ready to deal with the punches when they come in.
Speaking of getting ready, D-Gon, I'm ready to just get into this first game of the day. I'm getting word in my ear that the plane has, you can hear the buzz in the background. The plane is getting ready. So we're going to get dropping in here onto Erangel, that north-south, western-leaning route, giving a lot of options to all these players. Oh, it's good to be back, D-Gon. We're not in the studio, and that's okay, because we're still getting to check out amazing NA PUBG Mobile. I'm glad to be back once again.
Yeah, I know. I would rather have it no other way, side by side, casting it with you, buddy, as we head down to Erangel and kick things off. And again, we've talked about a lot of teams. Another team that comes to mind here, Tribe Gaming. They've gone over a makeshift roster since the last PMCO back in November. And these guys now trying something different. You got King A here, the former Omen elite man, who will be, giving his talents on over to this squad, as well as Seagut, been there, the long-standing member here of Tribe. You got Memo, Alucard, and the substitute Kraken, who was the first member of the original Tempo Storm squad that got benched and then eventually moved on. So you've got 5 veteran fraggers on this team. I'm so excited to see how things are going to pan out here.
Pan out. Well, maybe we'll see some literal panning happening here. Yeah. We'll see. But no, I think what's amazing about this D-Gon is I harken back, looking at so many of these names I remember from the early days, back in season 1, beginning of 2019, when sort of the NA scene for PUBG Mobile hadn't really started developing yet as much. I'm reminiscent of like #SignCon before like Omen Elite was even a thing, and how all these players have gone on, and just the storylines there. And it's amazing to see how many of these players have not only been able to find success, but have thrived and have sort of spread out across the entire scene, seeding all of these amazing new teams. And now we get to see sort of the culmination of that here a year and a half later, which is crazy to think about just how far we've come. But if we get, deep dive down into this map and I look towards this first circle, that's going to pose some questions to these teams. How do they react to this? Things are going to get spicy.
Yeah, this is a not a friendly one. Not a friendly one, to say the least. Sharp shift down, looking like military base, and going to reward a couple of our teams that have already dropped there in GCR and 303 Esports. Now, 303 Esports, I'm very familiar with them. They are staples in the PUBG community. They host their own tournaments, and I love the fact that they're now getting themselves into PUBG Mobile. The idea here that they will start being another staple, and this whole community of North American PUBG Mobile can continue to grow. 303 is still looking for that marquee win, though, as an organization. They've had some good teams, they've had some fantastic players, but they haven't had that moment to really stamp their claim to saying, hey, look, we're here, we're ready to go, you guys have to deal with us. The same way that a team like what we're watching right now has. Tempo Storm has been all over all over, synonymous with North American PUBG Mobile. So much so that no one even goes to Pachinki. It's Tempo Chinky. Like, no one ever goes on over there because they know that's their spot. So, you know, every team trying to play catch up to them, including 303 Esports. A good way to do it is here at the Mobile Open. And with a circle like that, they'll get themselves a fantastic start.
Oh, absolutely. We are seeing, looks like a little bit of action here to start this off, though. Joker, he's starting things off, potentially facing down 2 members here, and they've now got, I think, optics on this. They're aware. Nades are being primed on both sides. D-Gon, we asked for some early action, and I think through the ether, they have heard us in a cool little 2v1 situation. Fortunately, this man has 2 shotguns. Anytime you're dual-wielding shotguns, that's potentially a good time. When your opponents have ARs, though, AKs, makes it a little bit tougher.
Yeah, you get one shot at it, literally. And you know what? Square One, they have multiple shots at it. Square One going to get the first knock and flush of Season 5 of the Mobile Open. Good job on them. Again, they are one of the top half qualifiers so far in the playoffs, looking to try and make a name for themselves. Team Snake, they're the ones that dropped out. So Joker out of the way and Snake down to only 3 members to go.
I mean, it makes sense. We have to start at square one after all. I actually don't hate this, as we are seeing Tempo with the early rotate. We talked about that earlier. We'll see which team's going to be able to do this. Taking on Joey from Glacier. He needs to move in a little bit faster than Glacial speeds here. Zooming on out with the buggy. And we'll see if the fancy feet, the driving, can get this one done. And he's able to get himself down behind a rock. But oh my goodness, it's like storming the beach right now, D-Gon. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, this is not so good. Joey tried to get cheeky there. And unfortunately for him, he's hit the Hornet of all Hornets. And Tetsu's just going to go right on through with the drive-by. Spec says, welcome to the big league, son. And Joey gets blown up immediately there.
Oh, Joey, that's not the team you want to run into early. Out on his own, maybe not expecting teams to rotate down this quick. But my goodness, D-Gon. I mean, look. If you're a new team coming into this and you've yet to play in the playoffs and you're up against mentally these other amazing top teams, and then the first thing you do is get taken out by Tempo, that's a make or break moment. You know what I mean? That's a make or break. You either got to say, look, you got to laugh it off and say, man, that's just funny. That's just unlucky. Or you can let it get to you. And I hope it's the former. I hope the Glaciers does not let them get to their heads at all. I hope they can come back and rally here, because there are so many other great teams they're going to need to face down over the course of these 8 matches here they're going to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, and if you're Glacier, I think you do chalk it up to being unlucky. Glacier, one of the 2 teams inside military base that dropped early with 303, the first team that rotates through. The first team, you're like, yeah, we dropped here. We're going to reap the rewards of us always being here. This is our drop spot. We're ready to go. We got blessed by the Circle Gods. The first team you run into is frickin' Tempo Storm. That's so unlucky. That is so unlucky for Glacier. So you're just like, yeah, you know what? If it was someone worse, they wouldn't have chased me, and I would have felt more comfortable, but they immediately swarmed me. They immediately rushed me, and I died. We find out it's Tempo. I don't feel so bad anymore.
No, absolutely not. And again, Tempo been in here from the beginning, from the outset. And I remember Tempo Storm. I casted them back in Heroes of the Storm in like 2016. This is an organization that has been around forever and has really become a mainstay in the PUBG mobile scene. So it kind of feels about right that they should pick up one of our first kills here in the playoff. But we have to talk about Wildcard. We have to talk about this all-star roster. Champions from Season 4. I like this light gray color they're rocking here. I feel like this is going to be really easy to pick out on a map, Kappa. It's going to just blend right in. It's going to be tough. Okay.
Yeah. Question mark.
Question mark.
Yeah. Wildcard again. I think the red color, not the greatest to wear while you're playing PUBG Mobile, just because, red health, that means like bad health. So they've been rocking the gray and looking pretty sweet with it here as they continue to rotate on through circle. Not so friendly to them. I think they'll be fine, though. They are all in one vehicle, which does give me a bit of a scare. A scare. But they're rotating on through the western part of the map, driving past Hospital, going down towards Quarry. And we'll probably just have to wait on the northern side of the bridge. All the teams now that have moved early are hedging their bets. It looks like it's definitely a military circle. However, if If it ends up bouncing back north and for some reason sticking around Ferry Pier or Farm or Pachinki, then it's going to be chaos all over both bridges. So I think it's okay for teams to think about hovering near the northern side of military base or the southern side of the major region of the map. Like, don't fully hedge your bets. I think that's okay.
Because once you commit to that bridge, that's a whole other realm. That's a whole other thing that you've got to do at that point. If you want to make the trek to cross and over, and we can see Tempo Storm keeping eyes on that exact situation right there. Not exactly sitting too far up to potentially camp, quote unquote, but at least just getting knowledge and intel on teams that are going to make the early rotation. Because there's a very good chance it's going to be Millie, but it's not 100% guaranteed. So if you spend all that time, the effort to cross on over, having to go all the way back again, not ideal.
Not so ideal. Also not ideal is how crowded these spots are starting to get on the military island. A lot of these teams now are doing exactly what I said earlier. They're kind of hovering north, and they're hovering near the bridges just in case things get a little too dicey. And you got to be careful. You don't want to lose someone so early, even though this is a very clear start to the circle down there. You want to make sure you don't lose someone early and then you're forced to play with only 3. Because one thing that we always talk about is the fact that the successful teams are the ones that have the most people up at the end. Forehead, just stay alive, Forehead. But that's not easy. That's not easy when a circle shifts like this.
It's not easy when you've got Tempo Storm shooting at you long range like this either, Degon. We already see the first knock there onto Bobo. And it's square one. The team that started off the lobby with that early frag now just sort of peeking over at the neighborly hill. And Tempo Storm is just camping out. Again, they know that now from that first knock. But Ice and crew are going to have to sort of rethink their positioning here and try and get back, utilizing those smokes. And, of course, burning those smokes early means they're not going to have them once the circle starts to close on in. And that is such crucial utility. We see it all the time in those late game situations they've now got to use. And this is time, of course, Degon, they're not looting up. I mean, yeah, they're not here at military. It's not going to be a huge issue, but it's like, that little stuff makes a difference over time.
Yeah. Definitely does, and you want to make sure you hold on to those, especially in PMPL. We've seen a lot of teams just drop all of their utility onto one guy, and he's the guy that's going to try and work his way into the circle. Drop all the meds onto another guy. That's the person that's just going to med strat their way on up. And Omen Elite picking one up here onto Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers, our final qualifier. A slot in here is 16th in the lobby. And they meet Omen Elite, who is currently, after all the PMPL America scrims, the #1 team across all the Americas region. And that's why we saw the result that we saw. It was easy pickings there for Omen Elite to kick things off.
Oh, yes. And square one was able to get up Bobo there. So we are keeping an eye on this. Oh, my goodness. Endgame playing the slow play. Going to do long loot in North George and then just come down in edge creep. I don't hate that decision here. Look at the amount of teams, Degon, that have already early rotated onto military. This is actually wild. I thought your point there that we were going to see more people sort of creeping on the edge, the southern tip of the north, of like the mainland, but no. Instead, everybody just rotated on in, and they're going to be totally validated in doing so because we are going to see that new circle. It is going to be military, undoubtedly. Okay, normally, this is the amount of congestion that we see in, like, Circle 4. This is, okay. This is going to be an action-packed game #1. I would not have it any other way.
Yeah, and if you're not a military-based player like myself, you're going to get acquainted very quickly with the different regions of military base, because this can go anywhere, right? It could go within the base. It could go to the buildings to the southwest. It could go to the buildings to the south. It could still move on over to Novo and just hard shift multiple times towards the east. And then you've got this, the hilly kind of tree infested area north of military base as well to keep an eye on. But most teams looking like they're going to double down, get close, if not into military base, as Omen Elite full sends it right on in. Following along with G25, our top qualifiers to get themselves on in. They still have to go. They might run into ESG, Eastorm Gaming, on their bridge path across, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Ooh, that could potentially get exciting as we're jumping back on board now Down to the military island, we see Omen, Elite, Juicy, and Crew. This is what we're talking about. Teams already going to look to just take some pot shots at their neighbors, try and take over as much real estate as humanly possible, as Jake and Crew as well are getting into another little scuffle. We are going to see so much action here, Degon. Square One has not stopped fighting this entire game. They are continuing to put pressure on these teams. I love it. I mean, this is Nefarious here, another one of these up-and-coming squads who have made it here into the playoffs. We'll see if they're going to be Nefarious or Infamous here in this lobby, because no one wants to be that first team to get knocked out.
Yeah, well, it was our team that got the first knock that kicked things off in Square One. It's poor Ice left all alone by himself. He's stuck, does have a buggy with him, but he's just forced to camp on out because all of his buddies have been knocked out. He's stuck between Valhalla and, as you said, Nefarious, and he's just going to camp this one out on the southern region of the map. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Probably not an active eye, because I don't think Ice is going to be moving anytime soon.
No, I mean, we do have a Glacier, Team Glacier in here, but Ice is going to have to channel that and just take it real slow. We'll see in a 20 to 40,000 years as things are going to get moving. But teams right now, I think we're going to see this very interesting moment where everybody is just going to have their head on a swivel. Everyone's just going to be doing 360s, just trying to get some sense of who is around them, identify every potential angle where they can get shot from. I mean, that's what we're seeing Alucard doing right now. You know, we've called him the Devil of Erangel before, and I think we're going to see this again here. He's got the optics to play with. And teams that did get a little bit longer, Degon, to loot early, that did get their hands on some sniper rifles or some DMRs, that do have some of these better optics, they are going to be loving the next 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and Tribe, they actually swam across to get to military base. They didn't want to risk it on the bridge, and that's a play that they've done a couple times, including in the PMPL scrims, when they don't feel comfortable. They don't want to risk all the time that they spent looting up and then just be you know, a delivery service for anybody. They're more than willing to swim on in, and by doing so, they did lose a little bit more time to max out their loot, but they took as much time as they needed and then swam across. So I love the fact that Tribe playing this one a little bit slower. They're going to hover around the northern foresty region that I was talking about earlier. Lots of hills there to play within. And it'll give them a jump on any team that rotates on out, including XS here, if the Slayers end up moving north out of the military base.
Oh boy, we do see what's likely going to be a confrontation. A little bit of squabble over real estate here, Degon. Samuro, he heard footsteps in the building in front of him. The rest of the team here of Extreme Slayers is going to try and move in. Snake Gaming right in front of them, though. They're going to try and take over this compound here in military. This is going to get... What, Siberia here, too? What are all these, like, ice references? What is happening, Degon? It's not winter anymore, fam. What is happening?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. I have no clue. I have no clue where all these cold names are from, man. I think everyone is starting to hunker down, and because they've been stuck inside their houses for so long, kind of feels like winter when it snows all the time, and so everything's all about being cold and stuff.
Avoid Terper, play PUBG Mobile. Gotcha. All right, perfect. We do see G25, the team that came in here with one of the top standings in terms of overall scoring. Dinner is going to be here for the team as well, scouting things out. Sees Eaststorm Gaming just down the way, not taking shots. Trigger discipline, Degon. This is something I don't think we actually touch on enough here. The idea that knowing when to take your shots, when to take your fights is so important, because he knows Eaststorm's going to have to come to him. Look at this position on the map. They have to move into the circle. I could take a shot early, let them know that I'm here, let them know they're being watched, or I could wait for them to come right in range, let the whole team collapse, let the whole team get the shots in. That's exactly what we're going to see G25 doing here on the easternmost part of this bridge.
Yeah, PG, he was top fragger in Tempo Storm scrims a couple days ago. He's more than willing to get his nose in there and do the dirty work for a team. Boy. As ESG about to find out very, very soon, as G25, our top qualifiers, decide to do so. And it looks like Brian and the rest of the guys are maybe wise to the information that that's not a safe place to go. Yeah, you can see him now in the distance. Yeah. Iron sights. That's impressive for Brian. Maybe can't shoot him, but could definitely see a couple of bodies starting to move around as the circle shifts, hard shift north. Mm-hmm. And our boy Ice is going to have to move at some point.
Degon, This is probably, if you wanted a nice, relaxing mid game, this is probably the worst circle that could humanly be you had for that. It's all exposed beach. There is like nowhere to go. There is nowhere to hide. There's gonna be a lot of people prone, lying on out, sunbathing. Except instead of UV rays, it's bullets. Either way, not a great time. And this is just gonna be a really, really chaotic, hectic, frenetic middle point here. ESG actually is going to be able to sort of chill on the very northernmost part of this, swim over when they need to, but they're going to run into G25, who did early rotate over, so they're still going to have to deal with G25 at some time, but they're running into Omen Elite. Meantime, Tribe is sort of owning the center of this circle right now, but that just means they're going to have to fight off all comers.
Well, Tribe actually just ran into Tempo Storm, and Tempo Storm said, thank you very much, we'll take that point. C-Gut getting knocked out first. And so Tempo's like, all right, you have that spot. We'll take our point. We'll rotate around. Anyone that runs into us, we'll shoot him anyways. So Tempo Storm playing a little aggressive there. They're also in a 2-2 split before they decided to move on around. We'll keep an eye on how they're doing as we follow along with GCR. Now they're in a gunfight here in the middle of the map. Glacier, we saw them earlier get chunked in just a bit. And so these teams in military base, as it's starting to get a little bit more compressed, you have to go into the buildings. Everyone's going to start hearing each other, and eventually people are going to start stepping on each other's toes, and they're not going to like that.
Solitude's name is very fitting right now, D-Gun. He is alone in the world, surrounded by... Okay, he's dead. All right, well, I was going to make this whole, profound, deep analogy about Solitude's existence, but there it is.
Yeah, but you took too long. That's what happened.
I'm sorry. There's a time to turn on the rap god, and I didn't think that was it, and I learned my lesson. Siberia also learning lessons. Thriving. Difficult. Very difficult, in fact. So difficult. He's also now... Wow, we are the worst luck. We are just the worst luck. Thank you so much, observers. We love you.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space to work with, as we've said, just all across this map. With Solitude going down, the last member of Glacier still alive is Illusions, and he has so many teams to go through right now. It's going to be difficult for him to work his way on over to any place on military base. He has SK right in front of him, also has Extreme Slayers there, and then 303 kind of hovering right outside military base. Outside, I think it's like a fuel station or like the guard station that's outside of military base. So he's got a lot to do.
We see here Extreme Slayers. Oh boy. Fantasy and crew, they're just clawing their way in. That's going to be a really exciting moment there.
Hey.
Speaking of excitement, we have Omen Elite, Tribe Gaming. We're going to be staring each other down across the road. This town ain't big enough for the two of us, as there's going to be a 2v2 situation happening right now. Just trying to cover the end here. There's so many windows you just have to keep your eye on. Alucard's over across the way. Tempo Storm is off in the distance. My goodness, Digon, we've wandered into the upper end of this group right now, and it seems like every single one of these teams could potentially do some damage to the others right now, as Tribe is already down 2 of these members. This is pretty disastrous. If Omen could take them out early here, this could be one of the favorites out so early in this first game.
Yeah, and again, it was because they ran into the team that is slightly more favored than them in the form of Tempo Storm so early on. Tempo Storm chunking Tribe down to 2. We also, in our ice cam and our cold weather synonym cam, Ice was taken down by Wildcard Gaming. They're your first teams knocked out of the group stage. Now Tempo making that move that you talked about earlier. Only Alucard left alive because they ran right on through and taken down all of Alucard's teammates. You can see driving right up by. Alucard, he has the door open. He's a crazy man. Is he thinking about possibly taking a shot here? Oh, Tensa! He's driving by, and it looks like they're just going to settle across the street in that building. And Alucard thinking about taking that shot. Oh, almost had the shot lined up there as Spectre and the rest of Tempo. Tensa. I don't know if they know, but Alucard is just holding his breath.
This is the most stressed Alucard has ever been. How does Rain not see this? Okay, he's taking shots. Not quite aware of where he's getting shot from, though. Alucard. They did spot him out. He did have to move. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe he just lived through that.
Yeah.
Talk about staring down the barrel, Deacon.
that information already given over. Alucard, he's trapped. And he has the AWM as well on his shoulder. So we now follow along with Wildcard. They're trying to make a cheeky rotation, and 2 members in the shed, 2 outside, and G25, your lobby leaders, raining down upon them. And Wildcard just kind of stuck in between multiple teams. We take a look at the map here. It's ESG 303, and then cool to BGBG. This is one of the Mexican teams, part of North America, also playing in the PMPL Americas, raining down shots against Wildcard. So another one of our favorites in a very uncomfortable position.
Oh my goodness, Egon. It's like, you know, the game knew. Everybody, we can't go to the beach right now, guys. Things are closed. That's fine. We can take you there in game. It'll be lovely. Except this time around, got lots of assault rifles. That's ideal. As we're seeing Tempo Storm going to work on every single team that's going to look to rotate around through this. They've got the compound. They're using the vehicles to plug up the doorways as well, give them additional cover to work with, because, of course, you can rip those doors right down. Spectre and crew just haunting the map right now and not letting anybody walk away scot-free. They're taking a little bit of damage in response, though.
Yeah.
And we are going to be able to get no problem here, I think. But every single team is going to look to rotate in. This is going to be a bloodbath. Egon, his Spectre is going off, able to get a first down here as well. The team is going to help Tensa. Oh my goodness. I talked about how chaotic this game was going to be, and things are just getting started.
Yeah, it was Russell with the sniper shot. I believe it was an M24. That was the one that took down Tensa and making all of Tempo Storm feel uncomfortable. Tempo Storm still inside the circle. Circle God's Blessing, Omen Elite as well, and Simplicity have worked their way on in. Valhalla looking to send it at some point, and as you saw Tempo Storm take some shots at, the Wizard Tower that Extreme Slayers sent it to outside the circle, they're going to have to go yet again or do a heal strat, but they're starting to run out of a lot of options. SK just gets knocked out by Wildcard here. And so, welcome to the big leagues, SK. We'll see you guys later. Snake getting taken down. And, now Wildcard with a full send here. Beach Banana, he's holding on tight while Acer driving the motorcycle on through. And this is crazy. They're going through 303. They're going through SH. Will they be able to get themselves in this compound? Is this compound even untouched? They don't know. They clear it out. It looks like they're safe. And now Spectre taking some shots from distance. Enigma gets dropped here. And a daring move here by Wildcard does give them a little bit more life. They will hang on for a little bit longer while Nefarious is starting to move closer to him.
Tribe Gaming, Wildcard, Tempo Storm. Those teams might sound familiar for those of you who tuned into the Mobile Open before, because these were our top 3 teams from Season 4, Degon.
Yeah.
This is incredible. All 3 of them now, 1 compound apart. Clearly, the shot calling from these touches have identified what the valuable real estate is, but it also just means they are in the line of fire right now. But like an angry porcupine, they are shooting outwards in every direction. And this house has spines, D-Gun.
Yeah, definitely does. You don't want to play with this porcupine, this house, with any of it at all. But you're starting to run out of real estate. There aren't a lot of covered places. Like Tempo Storm has some prime real estate here. This would be going for millions if they lived in California, as they continue to rain down shots on 303. 303 making the rotation a little late. You could see they're trying to use the ridge to their advantage, but Zeke using the Dacia, trying to get himself to safety and make sure he can get his teammates revived. He's the last one alive. Smokes have to come out, and I think them moving a little too late is going to cost them. Shots coming from distance. It's Simplicity cleaning it up, and 303 going out in 11th place.
Simplicity from the flank, able to pick up some of those kills, going every which way. The teams that made those daring plays, the risky moves that rotated in early, they are being rewarded right now. But all 3 of these teams, Degon, are going to have to move. The circle has shifted. And at this point, they're just playing chicken and the dinner is on the line. Somebody has got to go first. Somebody has got to make that move. But there are teams who are a little bit more favorable, a little bit more northernly here, that are going to have that advantage as well. Oh my goodness, this is going to get intense.
Yeah, absolutely is. As Circle Gods have been blessing Omen Elite over and over again. We follow along with Spectre taking those shots and dunking down Wildcard yet again. Wildcard, they've got to move. They are the furthest point from the circle, other than Alucard, still surviving in this little tiny corner of this complex. Remember, we followed along with him earlier. He held his shots against Tempo, and he survives. And now Tempo making an aggressive push here against Wildcard.
Oh, you can see that they're deciding it's time to take this fight over, running in through the smoke. Full auto, point blank range. Can they get the shots in? And Tempo Storm did not blink. Not one single member going on down. And that is going to be that. 3 quick kills in quick succession. D-Gon, that's how you rate a compound.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not the only action happening right now, though. G25 and Omen Elite will be going back and forth because they have Juicy inside the circle. G25 was forced to move on in, and Omen Elite clean sweep. No one drops on their side. Angry gets knocked, but he'll get revived. And Omen Elite with a clean push onto your lobby leaders, while they also have the member inside the circle holding the compound. Following along with Endgame now, Kato is the only one that survived. I believe Ironsight unfortunately disconnected, but with 3 members, he was able to sneaky snake his way on into the circle, just like Alucard's trying to do. Will he be able to get the first aid in? Yes, he will. Tempo Storm now pushing on in. They're going to run right into Coltu BGBG, and it's a bloodbath. Tensa trying to get himself inside, not quite able to. The circle takes him down. Omen Elite starting to rain down shots on one of their nemesises, their nemesi, I suppose, as they continue to use the circle to their advantage. Tempo Storm out in 5th place.
Oh my goodness. The circle just pushed him in that last second. They had an amazing play to go in, take down Wildcard, but I cannot believe it. It came down to just trying to take that one vehicle. The last member of Cold 2 BGBG able to just hold on, hold tight through all of that. But it is Omen Elite now. That little farmhouse compound there, T-Gon, right in the middle of everything. That is about the best possible place they could be right now. And they are taking shots. Simplicity is being pinned down. We only have 4 teams left. After all this, we went from about 10 teams to 4 teams in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was a crazy stretch there. Followed along with Wildcard, followed along with Tempo and the journey that they had. And I think Tempo got, as they almost always do, got the best efficiency out of what they were dealt with. They had the short side, the long side of the circle. They had to sprint on in. And Cool2 BGBG had been sitting there for quite some time. He's is currently sitting on 5 kills as we follow along with Simplicity's Irish. He's putting a dent into Zute's plans. Zute goes down. And Omen Elite need to figure out a contingency plan. The send it call has been made by Simplicity. Lolo already on in, and the rest is Simplicity following on up.
Got the 2 downs onto Omen. They know they need to follow up now, but it's going to be Juicy up against the world. The nades are doing so much work. My goodness. All 3 pushing out, though, facing down Juicy at point blank range. Can he get the nades through? That's going to be absolutely massive as Minwoo is going to drop as well, but they're trying to get the flank. It's Irish and crew. Can they get this done? D-Gun, Omen Elite are standing their ground.
They are standing their ground, but only 2 members left alive, and it's Juicy and Nico with the big flank. Juicy comes on through and finishes off Simplicity. You like the gusto, you like the play, but Minwoo went in by himself, tried to get a jumping Uzi shot, gets taken down, doesn't give Simplicity the ability to flank along with him. Omen Elite respond, 2 members left on up out of the 3 teams left, and it looks like this is Omen Elite's game, and a fantastic snake game out of Kato. Again, started out with 3 members because Ironsight disconnected. They were one of the last teams to rotate on in. Kato with 3 kills, and now in 2nd place, looking to make a miracle here.
He's out of beds.
Yeah, he's out of beds. Okay,
beds.
so he'll go ahead and deny the point, but your overall victor, blessed by the Circle Gods and decisive play, it's Omen Elite. There's a reason why this is one of the top teams in North America.
My goodness, Omen Elite came in, looked absolutely solid there. Beautiful play from them. Still, I have to give so many props, though, to Endgame, who, again, started that off down a player and still managed to finish in 2nd place. That just goes to show that their timing on these late game rotations is pretty darn near flawless.
Yeah, that was crazy. Props again to Endgame. I just want to say how difficult it is to play a game like that when you lose a player early on out of your own hands, and then to figure out a way to still be competitive in the game and get yourself so many points into 2nd place. It's huge as we take a look at the Xperia highlights from the first game of Season 5 of the Mobile Open, brought to you by Sony Xperia. Started off with our first kill of the day, Snake. They didn't like this too much from square one as Joker went down and his gaming experience not so fun. And you follow along with this. Poor Joey Glacier, another new face coming on through. Hello, this is Tempo Storm. We like to kill people. You are the next one we're gonna knock here. And then Snake losing another one in the form of Siberia. All the cold names. And this was a good send there by the new guys, Extreme Slayers, trying to work their way on into the Wizard Tower, not quite able to. Wildcard with the crazy send, but Tempo Storm right on top of it. And as Slicky tried to get the peek, he gets dinked. Enigma tries to take a peek, he gets dinked as well. And this is just what Tempo Storm does.
They're just solid. They're just consistent. And when the time came for them to pull the trigger, Degon, pull it, they did. They pushed on in. It was that 4v3 situation, wild card, drawing what's low, a 2 deuces. I don't know how cards work. You're the one who plays, but you understand. They didn't do so well in the end. It was Simplicity as well who tried to make some magic happen here with that final push into Omen Elite, but Omen was able to hold firm. And my goodness, there's a reason this is in our Xperia highlight, because this was a star showing from Nico and crew.
Yeah, and you saw the play there, and you could see the coordination and basically hear the comms between Nico and Juicy. Nico saying, hey, there's a box here in front of me. I'm going to go get that. Juicy, come get the flank. Juicy comes on through, supports his teammate, gets the kill. And although Simplicity had the numbers advantage early, it was a 4v3 when Simplicity made the call to push. Omen Elite calmly dealt with it. Huge nade, the one that you called from Juicy to slow down the push. Minwoo a little too aggressive. And we've seen Minwoo make those plays before, especially when he was on Ninth Circle, get popped immediately. And then all of a sudden Simplicity looked like they hesitated a little bit too much. Omen Elite decisive, win that gunfight, win the game.
I mean, when the entire team starts off either dead or at 2/3 HP, that's a disadvantage you just can't come back from. That's one nade, one decision that was played beautifully. Again, Simplicity looked stellar all game long, but just deciding in that final send, I wouldn't even say there's even technically anything wrong with it. It was just a great counterplay from Omen Elite, and that's what allowed them to walk away with the victory in game number 1. But of course, Degon, that is only our first game of the day. We'll say goodbye for you to now. Thank you so much for that amazing Xperia highlight. Before we jump on to a break, though, I need to give a big shout out. And it is, of course, to AT&T, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. They've been with us for the last year and a half, helping to support the grassroots of mobile esports. We could not do this without them. It is fantastic to see how much the scene has grown. You've heard me and Degon talk about it. The fact that these players started off at humble beginnings way back in season 1, are continuing to compete, are continuing to step up, are continuing to put on amazing performances. And again, none of this would be possible without the support from AT&T. So thank you so very much. And if you at home want to stay involved, you can do so by following along on social media, !social in the chat, particularly over on Twitter, if you want to stay up to date with all the highlights, when the broadcasts are going to be, and maybe, I don't know, news about upcoming seasons. That's definitely a great place to stay informed if you want to catch everything for PUBG Mobile here for the ESL Mobile Open. But that's only our first game of the day. We have 4 more amazing matches coming your way from myself and Degon. You do not want to miss it. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back in just a minute.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul and Varum Todkill, bringing you all the action here for the first day of the playoffs, and it is PUBG Mobile time. Game number 1 was epic, to say the least, and that's only one of our 5 amazing matches today. Before we get too much further into the action, we're going to talk about AnyKey, and if you've been following along with the ESL Mobile Open over the past many seasons, you've definitely heard me talk about AnyKey before. It is an amazing initiative helping to support diversity and inclusion in gaming and esports. Basically just trying to make gaming inclusive for everybody, so that anytime you go and you pick up your phone or at your PC, whatever it may be, and you sit down to play a game, that you feel comfortable, that you feel safe, and that, look, we're just taking a stand not only against toxicity in online gaming, but also just making people feel welcome, which is super important, especially right now with everything going on in the world. More people than ever sitting down and giving video games a shot. So wanted to make sure that we're being as open and accepting to all of them. Last year, I got a chance to sit down with a lot of folks who are you may be familiar with in the world of gaming and esports. And I got to talk to them a little bit about AnyKey and the Good Luck Have Fun pledge.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face-to-face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
Well, as you can hear it there, the GLHF pledge, something that has been going on for quite a while now, but it's an opportunity for you to stand up, take a stand. There are different parts of the pledge. One of the ideas is the fact that people you talk to on the internet, they're real people, and the words that you say have a real impact. And I've signed the pledge. If you see me talking in Twitch chat, you see I have that exclusive AnyKey badge that you can only get by taking the pledge, taking a stand against online toxicity. And we've had over 500,000 people already sign the pledge. So if you want to check that out, anykey.org is where you can get. There's also an exclamation point, which you can do in chat. All right, that's enough of that for now. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Only one game has been done. I feel like we need to play some more PUBG Mobile. Degon, that means it's time, sir. Welcome back. You just heard me talk for a while.
Oh,
I know you're excited. You're
I'm
ready.
back. Hello.
Get back in. Hello, how you doing?
I was busy doing, taking the AnyKey pledge, the GLHF pledge. Got to make sure that, especially during these times where a lot of people are inside playing games, maybe for the first time, maybe more than what they're used to, we all take a little bit of a breather to be a good fellow citizen on the internet. So make sure you do that while you're fragging out your opponents down on Aragle.
Frag out respectfully.
Yeah, right.
All right. It's important. It's important, guys. But a team that definitely did some fragging last time around and then got punished in return was another one of the teams we need to highlight going into these first few games. We wanted to talk about the top 3 teams that finished up Season 4 and that, of course, are here in Season 5. It's Tribe Gaming. Seagut, King A, Kraken, all the folks, they're covering up your face there for a second. But that's okay. You all saw them at home.
That's all right. Yeah.
That's okay.
Seagut, King A, Kraken, Memo, and Alucard. This is another stacked roster. This roster, part of the PMPL Americas, one of the pro league teams, and they have lofty goals. And the only way that I think they don't achieve them is if they get in their way. As the season went on with the scrims, with the PMPL scrims, they continue to grow and learn. And I feel like this is the team that I want to step up and grow, and I'm challenging them the most, and they've met the challenge. Earlier in this year, I said, hey, look, there are tier 1 teams and tier 2 teams, and I put Tribe Gaming in this tier 2 list. But after the first season of PMPL scrims, which are all the pro teams in North America, they found themselves also in the top 5 in terms of overall points scored. So maybe I've been a little bit too hard on them. Maybe they're the ones that I need to be keeping my eye on, because they've got so much talent here. Seagut's been around for such a long time. King A's bounced around on Omen Elite, starting roster, not starting roster. So he's traveled the world. He's been around for a while. Kraken, part of that original Tempo Storm team that was just destroying everybody. These guys, I feel like we should be talking about them in that same sentence, in that same breath as Cloud9, Omen Elite, and Tempo Storm. It should be Tribe Gaming right there. And instead, they got leapfrogged by Wildcard. Wildcard is in there, and Wildcard is playing aggressive, and they have their own play style. But Tribe needs to also be in that conversation, and that's what I'm challenging them to do and looking for them to do here in the Mobile Open.
I could not agree with you more, Degon, and I think it's going to be reflected as we take a look at our leaderboard back from game number 1. Tribe Gaming, of course, one of the most prolific mobile esports organizations, focusing primarily on mobile. And they're not quite in the top half. I'm a little bit surprised after all that. I figured they were going to frag out a little bit more in terms of kills. And speaking of points accrued from kills, 12. 12 is the number that Omen Elite accomplished in that last 32 points?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my
Omen
goodness.
Elite, I'm telling you, the chicken dinner is so huge here. So it's 12 points for the win for Omen Elite. And then look at Tempo Storm. 20 points, sorry. 20 points for the win. And look at Tempo Storm as well. Again, they went out in like 4th or 5th, and they still have 19 points, higher than Endgame, higher than Cool2 BGBG, and Simplicity that we saw in the last couple of moments there. So making sure you pick up the kills wherever you can, super important. And Tempo Storm always does it in a fashion where they're bringing the fight to someone else, and it's just so difficult to deal with. But if you're good at it, like the way Tempo Storm is, you get rewarded heavily. And the last one I wanted to touch on here was Endgame. I know I touched on it a little bit there at the end, but to do that with 3 members having to swim across, rotate in, they were the last team in to the military base area, and Kato just was chilling for the longest time, and when he struck, he was able to pick up a couple kills as well. I'm very impressed with this squad of veterans looking to find their way into the finals here of Mobile Open.
Yeah, and obviously this is only our first game. These scores are going to get updated quite a lot over the next 3 weeks, as we have 8 games in total. We'll play 5 today. Next week we'll go to group number 2. They'll play 5, and then we'll play 3 and 3, I think, in our final day is how that's going to work out. So plenty of opportunities for teams to shine, to show us what they've got. Because, of course, there's a certain element of RNG in any battle royale, and that's why we play so many games. If it's not just one and done, we want to give these teams as many opportunities as possible to showcase what they can do. And speaking of which, game number 2 is ready. Let's get ready to rumble in our second map of the day. D-Gun, I love when the timing just works out like that. Feels real good. I can hear the buzzing of the propellers in my ears. And let's get things going on Miramar.
Yeah, big difference again. We're making sure here at the Mobile Open, we're playing all the maps. So you go with Erangel first, Miramar, then Sandhawk, Vikendi, then back and closing things out with Erangel. So very much following the same type of protocol as the PMPL scrims have been running.
Yes, indeed. Giving players some diversity in the maps they're playing. We used to always do just Erangel, which, to be fair, everybody loves Erangel, so that's less of a concern. But this still just mixes things up. Also for us, I mean, I feel like that's a pretty safe statement.
Yeah, no. It is. And one thing to note, in case you haven't been following along with the PUBG Mobile Pro League America's scrims, North America's just dominated on Sandhawk. And I attribute it to the fact that all of our finals were played in Sandhawk early on.
That's us. That's 100% us, D-Gon.
Crying about it. No. Daddy D-Gon and Papa Paul set you guys up for some Sandhawk smacking, and that's why they're constantly getting points on Sandhawk. Now that we're diversifying, I can't wait till North America dominates the world across all maps.
Look, NA has a good history traditionally with shooters. PUBG Mobile should be no exception. We know what we're doing in terms of shooters. EU mostly dumpsters us and see. That's fine. That's fine. Yes. Look, ignoring that. Otherwise, we have a pretty good history with shooters. I'm excited to see what NA can continue to do on the global stage. As we take a look at the right of our scene, very, very shortly. Hopefully, we're going to see where this first circle is. That can sort of indicate some of the excitement here. Oh my, E-Storm, Tiger, El Tigre is doing some work to start this off. He's trying to.
Yeah, Tiger and the rest of E-Storm, as well as Valhalla, just dropping way north, way northwest. And it's not very useful for each other as the circle pops southwest. It looks like G25 doesn't care where the circle's going. They're going to head on over the Campo Militar to start looting on up. No, they'll actually stop a little bit shorter on the map, closer towards water treatment and Torre Ahumada. But a lot of these teams seem comfortable with this drop. We've had very polarizing circles right now. A lot of these circles have just been not very friendly. I guess a lot. The first two circles have not been very friendly to the majority of our teams.
Open though, just chilling at Monte Nuevo, just hanging right out there, having a good time, and they're going to be starting things off very comfortably, not really having to rotate too much here in this first circle. But we're jumping still on board with Chacha from G25. As you mentioned before, they are going to rotate, not wanting to share real estate with Valhalla this early on in the game. They just want to loot up. They just want to get some gear on the back. They feel comfortable taking some of these mid-game fights, which we're probably going to see a little bit less of here, just simply due to the larger nature of Miramar as a map.
Yeah, and you know, maybe the one thing that might change things up here is that how familiar these players are with this specific lobby dropping on in. Because when it was playoffs, you had a completely different group of teams that were dropping on in compared to any of the other North American scrims that teams participate in. But it doesn't look like the drops were too crazy. Los Leones has 2 teams in it, but that's very, very normal. Sometimes 3 teams in Los Leones because it's a massive city area. Chumacera also inhabited by tribe, sometimes gets a couple teams in there, but for now it's pretty wide open and rotation paths seem clear, except for possibly 303. They might run into Snake, and Snake might be the first one out 2 times in a row. So we follow along with Wildcard just chilling. They're over by water treatment Hacienda. They're going to have a rotation on through past Extreme Slayers, but everything seems relatively friendly to kick things off here in Miramar.
A couple of early shots, but nothing too bizarre. And again, that's kind of what we expect here. You can't hear shots ringing out in the background, though. Lucky taking some shots here from 303. 303, who I hear has so many fans in the chat. Exciting to see, as you mentioned before, a staple in the world of competitive PUBG. Now here in PUBG Mobile. Lucky not living up to his namesake to start this one off, though. He's just going to try and drive himself right on out of there. Finding vehicles early on and having vehicle control and keeping those vehicles alive is so crucial, especially it's crucial on every map, but it's particularly crucial here on Miramar because there is just so much distance to traverse. Not finding a lot of those early vehicles and taking the correct paths is just so frustrating in some of these situations because you're just getting outpaced by teams that are going to be able to rotate quicker, and it sucks when you're playing personally. You're like, can I have a truck? Just give me a truck, please.
Yeah, can I please?
Can I have
no.
Truck, please?
All
just
right.
a truck.
I guess I'll just run in the desert. That sounds like a great idea.
At least 3 bottles of water later. There we go. Popping those energy drinks.
I see Tribe over here, Chumacera. Very hilly area, but no one else around them. And they'll get to see if anyone rotates across. They're relatively spread across the small city there, and I'd imagine that no one will be working their way on through because it's such a difficult place to work in. And if you're going from the backside, Minas del Valle, it's just scary because someone might already be set up on top of those mines and on top of the hills there. So you just don't like to work through that area unless you get to Chumacera first.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just let you pronounce all the names correctly, and then I'll just be here, Digon. It'll be great. My lack of any ability to speak Spanish will be not noted by anyone in chat because everybody's very nice and respectful.
we might have our first engagement here. Snake and Extreme Slayers now driving relatively close near each other as I'm taking a peek at the mini map right now. Joker, he was the first one that got dropped before. He in Siberia, taking the buggy and driving on through a large portion of the area near Monte Nuevo and Power Grid as teams starting to finally rotate on through to find a home inside this first circle.
Jumping aboard with tempo as well. Once again, the Mad Max conga line continuing on through the desert. I expect none of these players will crash, which is traditionally what happens anytime any of our lovely spectator team jumps on board with any of these players. Never would happen, Tensa. Never once. Nobody saw it. You're fine. Totally fine. A-okay. Nobody saw a thing.
Yeah, this is one of the things with Miramar. If you don't get those explosive fights early and everyone decides to play friendly here, as we're seeing, can be a little slow. A lot of jostling for position early on, but you feel safer looting up. Like, surprised that we had 0 kills. We had multiple teams in Los Leones, and both of them are like, yeah, you know, we'll split up the city. It'll be great. We'll get our loot. You get your loot, and I think things will be fine. But finally, we get ourselves a knock here. Who's it down? I believe it's Zeke that has been popped by Omen Elite. But because there's so much space and so much distance between teams, Omen Elite can't even get that knock. So it's just like, hey, letting you know we're here. Don't come this way, or we will kill you for real, for real. No play.
For real. For real. That's important. Look, it's important. Again, it's establishing dominance. This is my land, friend. Hello, hi, we are here now. You don't want to rotate this way or we'll cause you a hard time.
Well,
Juicy is actually continuing to take. He's just hitting these shots like it's nothing, D-Gun. Never in a million years would I hit that shot. And that's why these guys are here. That's why they're in the playoffs of the ESL Mobile Open Season 5.
Yeah, the cool part is that we've seen Juicy do this his whole career. When he was over on Space Station, just constantly a menace to anybody that tried to challenge his gun. And just because he has rotated on over to another team, Nico, one of the best fraggers in North America, Zute, shot caller and fragger as well, he hasn't lost a step at all. They also have Telly, their other player. They run a 5-man roster to Omen Elite. Juicy, he's always good. You never have to worry about him.
Yeah, Juicy and I agree that these two have been staples in the scene for so long, and the banter with these guys is always fun to watch. Nico is always sort of this, gets this look in his face, he's kind of the brows furrow, and you're like, oh, he's serious. But having him in with this roster, I think is a lot of fun because you got a lot of big personalities on these on this team. Particularly, I mean, not a lot of these teams, but Omen Elite particularly. Obviously, the fact is they make content, the streaming, and other stuff involved. So everybody knows these guys, and this community is so tight knit. That's one of the things actually I love so much about the PUBG Mobile scene is just how much the fans know and care about these players.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's great to see tournaments like what we're doing, where some of these smaller teams, when I'm thinking of Extreme Slayers, when I think of like Nefarious, when I think of like Valhalla, this is their opportunity to take some shots with the big boys and get to really test their mettle against guys that have established their name in the community and now become part of the community. It's cool to be part of that through the Mobile Open.
You know, and the expression is, it's in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And you know, the idea that iron sharpens iron. You're only going to get better by playing with players that are better than you. And that's why it's, you know, the idea that you can, you know, where everybody can be somebody. That's the mantra of the program, the idea that you can step up to the plate, go toe-to-toe with the big boys, and that's an opportunity for you. These players wouldn't necessarily be where they are now without programs like this to give them a platform in which to shine. You think that an organization like Tempo Storm is just going to pick up anybody? No, you need to prove yourself in these, you know, these top tier situations. You think a team like Wildcard or Omen Elite, you know, you need to be able to show that you can hang in these tough situations, and this is the stage on which to do it. Go perform.
Oh, and a way to do that, like Valhalla is doing right now, go ahead and chunk down the former champs here in the form of Wildcard. Valhalla taking shots. I believe that's Slicky already knocked and flushed, and Wildcard down to just 3 members.
I mean, Odin is praising them right now. This is wild. Valhalla sending one right on with that. just a firing line over the hills and far away, and that's the shot that's going to be able to pick one up, and that's wildcard down a key member. And we talk about it every single game, how important it is to keep all 4 members alive early. Giving up dumb deaths, what it is at this point on these rotations, giving up dumb deaths early. In that case, I think he was just picked off. There's not a whole lot he can do as long as he's playing aggressive and being silly. But it's still never something you want to see happen if you're actually wanting to go on and win this game. As we now see G25 slow rotate, but they're sort of the last ones. Everybody else is in here early. Oh my goodness, Degon, this is going to be another chaotic circle.
Yeah, you can hang out near Los Leones, the outskirts of Los Leones. Picado also inside. I like to say that because that's the way that my boy Michael Hypock Robbins of Optic Gaming, PUBG caster as well, likes to say it. Picado.
Picado?
Yeah.
Is he from Toronto?
No, he's British, but when he puts on his American accent, that's what comes out.
No, he's British. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's a little bit more grizzly. If you do the proper British, that doesn't work out.
No,
so Picado, not he. Picado still inside the circle. Power Grid not inside the circle, and a lot of teams going to start climbing Minas de Valle as Nefarious have taken a good chunk there. So has Kultu BGBG, and Endgame yet again sneaking their way on in, and they're actually split. Endgame going to go with a 2-2 split, one of them going through Valle del Mar, as the other one will be at Minas de Valle. That's a lot of valles.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting area down towards the south coast, just north of Minas del Sur. There's a lot of like fun vertical landscape to play around with there, and we can see it even a little bit now as Tribe, just a little bit north of that as well. They have the high ground, Anakin. See how much it pays off for them here as Endgame is moving in. All 4 players in this lobby, which is important to note. All 4 players, consummate veterans. We've said this time and again. They are also, looks like they're running 2 and 2. The buddy system, as we love to call it, moving in onto the mainland now, coming up from the south, and they're going to start running into some teams here real quick, Degon.
Yeah, and they need to be careful because although they're the ones rolling up onto Valhalla, there's also one final member behind coming in a little bit late of Valhalla. It's King. I'll be rotating through. They need to be careful as we follow along now with Angry. Angry can see multiple members of Valhalla, and it's going to be a hilly battle. And Angry has the high ground.
He does indeed. Nades are going to be coming in as well. You can see Endgame off in behind as well. Potential third party which will be joining in, but we are getting into CQB right now as Omen Elite are going to look to rain down the pain onto Valhalla. They need to be careful here. This is not necessarily the fight, the angle that they want to take, but we see Omen on the flank as well. Juicy, what he does so well. This is just the distraction here, the magic trick of Omen Elite, make you look one way and they come across the other. But it is King, the late rotate. You talked about this, Degon. He's giving that additional intel to Valhalla, which is making Omen question some of their decisions here.
Yeah, I think Omen are decided, hey, is this the fight that we want to take right now? Yes, we have the high ground. Zute a bit chunked. And if they go out losing a couple members here, it feels like it's a shame. You've got so much space on the map right now. They might not know that as Mo taking shots right here at Nico. And the Greek Freak goes down early. Nico will get revived. He's in a safe spot. Shots still being rained down on the rest of members of Valhalla. But that was an impressive gunfight there to kick things off.
Yeah, I love this concave from Omen Elite, though. If you look at it, it's a classic StarCraft term. We talk about that, the idea that you can just optimize your base of fire, cover all of your angles, and get all of these different paths to victory there. You can just line up the shots. In Valhalla, they've got to watch my full left flank and my full right flank and what's right in front of me. There's so many different angles that Omen can shoot them from. But Valhalla is proving themselves to be quite a contender here. Now they're going to bail. They've done the damage. They couldn't confirm the kill. They're smartly going to reposition. I love this. This is a very mature decision from this Valhalla roster.
And remember, we can tell who's where. They can't. They killed Nico, and they're like, oh, crap, it's Omen Elite. Let's run away and get to a place where we feel a little bit more comfortable. Let's use the compounds. Let's use the houses.
Yep.
And I don't mind that. I honestly don't mind that. It was impressive that you killed Nico, but you still are the ones facing uphill. Nades could come rain down upon you, and as soon as one gets knocked, Omen Elite doesn't hesitate. So they'll back on off, and they just got to remember, hey, we got to be careful of our northeast, on the big mountain there. Omen's there. Let's make sure that we cover ourselves from that, and we can continue to loot up via Damar.
Yeah, and that's important because Omen are one of these teams that have a zero hesitation when it comes to that first knock. It's like sharks. One bit of blood in the water, and they will just pounce. They are murder hornets. They will not give you a moment to rest. It is terrifying. So very smart call there to reposition as we are getting into another bit of action here. Hey. It is S1 taking on Simplicity. Square one. They've shown that they can frag out here. But going up against some of the veterans like Russell and Irish, that's not necessarily the angle fight that you want to take. And speaking of high ground, speaking of Omen, now it's Tribe Gaming who have one-upped on them as King A is getting some shots down range. Not able to find Zute through all of that, though. King A, some uncharacteristic misses from him there. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, King A, normally a great shot. One of the more aggressive fraggers, I think, in NA. Not quite able to land those. And I think this is why that area of Chumacera, Minas de Valle, so scary. Because just a second ago, Omen Elite were the ones that had the high ground. All of a sudden, Tribe come on through, and they have the high ground. And Omen Elite are like, yeah, we got to go. It was cool while we were on top. Not so much anymore.
As we do see now, the circle has sort of updated, moving further south towards the coast. Chumacera, of course, going to be one of these interesting breakpoints as people are getting up into the cliffs, into the mountain range here. And Radriera as well on the flank. Oh, I'm not going to pronounce any of these names correctly. Digon, forgive me.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah. I can't roll my R's, so that just makes this really difficult.
That I heard. It sounded like you just kind of got stuck. Yeah.
Middle. Yeah, that one.
One more time. No, don't do that.
Ladrillera. No. Stop. We're going to stop right now. As we do have a lot of some of these newer teams.
Lo siento para el
Okay. Gracias, Digon. Let's just stop. Glacier and crew down towards the bottom, as well as Extreme Slayers. A lot of these teams who came in near the bottom of the standings who'd really need to step up, but it's Tempo Storm once again. Always seem to be in the thick of it here. Rain, HH24, the whole crew. These guys, well, they're veterans. Let's put it that way, Digon. But when it comes to these raw gunfights, they don't usually lose straight up.
Yeah, they don't usually lose straight up, but it is Spec that got killed early. Spec getting taken down on a rotation, a little bit too loose here as Simplicity was chilling. It was an easy pickup here for Simplicity. As you said, in normal straight up gunfights, yeah, I would take Tempo every time, but I don't think Tempo had any idea Simplicity was there, and you lose Spectre. That's a big fragger on your squad.
We are seeing a bit of a fight in the kill feed as well between Endgame and Valhalla. There's going to be a couple of knocks going over there. Maybe we can jump on board that fight in a bit as well. That would be pretty darn exciting. As Simplicity and Irish and look tearing down Tempo and the crew. Again, two of these teams that have been in the NA scene for so long. Simplicity's motto, Digon, is keep it simple. And the simplest action right now is just to leave.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Leave, get in the circle. Not only did they get the knock, they got the kill as well. But Paul, I hope you're ready to cast. 62 players still alive in this circle, and it's all hills here. It is all the hills of Minas del Valle, and it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly.
I'm glad you're telling me that, Deacon, because the way the clean feed is coming to me right now on our production and everything, I can't see how many teams are left, and I can't see how many players are left. So it's all a mystery to me, Deacon. All I know is there's action to be cast, and I want to get involved.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Like
wait.
No matter...
I got you. Right click and hit full feed.
See full video feed. That did absolutely nothing for me. I appreciate you, though, Deacon.
Okay, I tried.
Oh, there it is. No, they're there, top left. Never mind, I got it.
I'm right. Yeah. Oh,
there we go.
Nice try. Great try.
Great try. Perfect try. 16 teams still left in this, Deacon. 16 teams. That is every team. We have not lost any team. That is too many teams.
Yep.
Too many teams. All right, people, start clicking your triggers. Let's go.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out very soon as G25 getting the jump early here on eStorm Gaming. Followed along with eStorm a bit earlier. Valhalla now, they've pulled off the fight away from the rest of the endgame boys and hopping on into the G25 guys.
Ooh, and that was a vehicle explosion to pick up the first kill there. Valhalla have been battling their way all the way through, but Tempo wants to get in on the action as there's Rain doing just that, but with the bullets down onto the team of Square One as the vehicle explodes. Bobo, Jokester, this is not the place you want to be right now. They are able to get the smokes down to create a little bit of distance. They are aware that there are 2 more members close. However, this is technically a 2v4 situation here, Degon. This isn't necessarily, actually 3v4, I should say.
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily the fight that Tempo wants to take, but they are just going to do it. They know they need to pick up these kills. They're rushing on in. The circle is going to continue. The pressure is Rain is here, trying to get the shots in onto Spooky and crew, but they don't have the compound right now. Tempo Storm are the aggressors, and they're taking damage from the nades as well. My goodness.
Yeah, Square One doing a good job realizing, hey, look, we have the circle. We feel safe. We know where Tempo is and where their angles of entry can be. Although we have one player knocked from the distance, we think we can take this fight. Rain and Tensa, the last 2 up here for Tempo. And Tempo might be going out here first if they don't get this one right. Trying to aim through the window. Wrong time to not look down the side. Aim. Rain can't quite get it there. Gets pushed, but he's able to win the gunfight, and Tensa does as well. Tempo Storm in 2 separate fights both come out on top with enough time to heal on up.
Oh my goodness, Tempo Storm. There is a reason they're one of the winningest teams in North American PUBG Mobile history. They don't lose those. We are continuing to see the push here. This time it's Extreme Slayers taking on Simplicity, and Fantasy is going to have to keep on dreaming. There's no way he's going to win that 2v1 and was going to get chunked for the frag there at the end. The was that the old Call of Duty perk? I can't remember what that was. In any case, it's a nice little push there from Simplicity. The old school games I'm talking about.
Yeah, Extreme Slayer is going to be your first team knocked out with that push, and Simplicity winning those gunfights as they are expected to do. So great job by Simplicity, getting some points on the board. Omen Elite and Snake are actually going back and forth right now as it's getting a little hectic. A lot of people taking shots at Omen Elite. Some very good real estate that they have. As we follow back along with Square One, you saw Jokester earlier get chunked, but not quite knocked. The 2 teammates getting finished off here. And so Jokester, they're going to play gatekeepers to Rain and Tensa. Rain does not have enough heals to feel comfortable yet. As the circle moves on in, they're going to get chunked, and at some point they're going to have to send it. Jokester had the opportunity to shoot at the wheels, wasn't quite able to. And so I think, does Rain have it stuck? Rain, is it stuck? Hey, Paul, do you want to role play? Let's role play. I'm Rain, you're Tensa. Go ahead.
Did you just stick the car right now? Dude, I can't believe you.
I got a drink. I need a drink. I need to use this bandage. We'll figure out the car situation later. We'll be fine.
I feel like later is now. I feel like it's stuck, man.
It's all right. No, it wasn't me. This ice cream truck moved. It must be the ice cream truck. See?
All right.
Everything's fine. All right.
You're fine.
I'm Rain.
Everything's fine.
All right. End scene. Great job.
End scene. Thank you.
Tempo and Rain forced to rotate themselves out to safety. It doesn't look like Square One still waiting. If they did, they would have had the opportunity to keep shooting at him. Instead, Acer going to come out through and clear up Square One. Unfortunately, I think that's where Square One's journey ends. They go out in 15th place.
Only 1 point for good measure there for them. Gonna have to start back at Square One in game number 3, but there are still 14 teams left vying for these contentious high ground positions. As we were seeing the circles slowly going in, and Rain drops to the play zone, Degon.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You hate to see it. After all that, the ice cream truck, they just did him in.
Yeah, there wasn't enough heals there for Tempo, and now down to just 1 member. They are so far away. It's just Tensa, and Tensa's driving his heart out. He has all the first aids. I think he should be good, because now we see Omen Elite. They have to make a send, and the circle is in the middle of nowhere. No one's inside the circle. The circle gods, they blessed Omen Elite last time in the last game. This time they said, go get it. Who's going to get it? And it's endgame wildcard 303 and Coltu BGBG. They're going to be the first ones on in. Anyone else rotating later will have to deal with them. And Omen Elite actually getting some drive-by action as G25, the lobby leading qualifier, starting to get chunked out by Omen Elite.
That was the most frantic send I think I have ever seen. As 303 are just getting blasted in the kill feed right now. As Tribe and crew are just fighting. This is just bedlam right now, Degon. Everybody fighting for every scrap of cover they can possibly find. Tasty head peeking up over the rise, and Alucard's going to try and swiftly remove it. tasty morsel for him as Omen and the crew, all 4 members have still managed to be alive, but they're pushing into Valhalla and Endgame. This is going to be absolutely chaotic, and Zute has his head on a swivel, trying to take down every single one of these teams. The G25 is coming into the mix as well. Oh my goodness, Zute staring down 3. This could be the big nade going on in. Oh my goodness, Degon, I feel bad for our observers because there is so much action happening right now. We knew the time was going to come, Degon, and the time is now.
Yeah, you called it there. The big name came on through. Omen Elite do knock out Valhalla. A lot of points heading on over to Endgame, but Omen Elite getting their own share as well. 6 points so far. Here we go. King A, again, not quite able to land the shots on Tensa. He doesn't know, 1, it's Tensa, and 2, it's the last member of Tempo. He's able to hit those shots. Tempo's out all the way in 12th place. Instead, Tensa continues to survive for a little bit longer as this circle is just absolute chaos. Everyone just hanging right on the edges right now.
12 teams, 30 players, and not a whole lot of room. Oh my goodness, the walls are closing in around them. Nefarious have actually been able to stand tall through this as well. One of these newer up-and-coming squads. All 4 members still alive. Omen is hanging on by a knife's edge. Juicy is just getting so low. Nico is down. Zute barely able to claw his way in. My goodness, so much action. More teams are getting knocked out every single second.
Yeah.
Storm Gaming is brutal, is getting knocked as well. Endgame is still in this somehow. Considering how many fights they've taken, that's bizarre.
Yeah, and Tensa, again, last member of Tempo Storm, sneaks behind 303 Esports, kills 2, and still stays alive here. He has given away his information, and Tribe Gaming are starting to hunt him on out. We're following along there a little bit with Nefarious, and Rain and the boys looking pretty good, actually, in the circle. They do have Endgame in front of them. Other than that, there is no one on this southeast portion of the circle. They're going to have to take a team fight, though, against Diablo, Ironside, and Kato.
Oh my goodness. You saw the scattered HP bar there at the end of Tenso. So low. Jake and the crew as well. All this damage. This final area, though, Degon, it's crazy. All the defilades, the up and down the crooks and valleys. There is Tensa finally dropping. You called it. Tribe was hunting for him. That's Tempo Storm out in 9th place. But there's still more action to be had. Is Nefarious pushing in onto Endgame? Can they get the shots? This is just one man against the world right now, but they're still scared to take this. 4 of them are staring him down. I cannot believe it. Endgame was still in that. Jake's trying to watch the flank as well. Diablo finally ends up going down, but that was a 1v4, Degon, and he held strong.
Yeah, he held very strong. Omen Elite now also down to 1 member as well. Just an angry Joker getting chunked down from Cool2 BGBG, and not Kevin now shooting Cool2 BGBG. Everyone is kind of just shooting everyone in a circle right now, and a lot of teams outside the circle. Finally, Angry goes out. Omen Elite out in 5th. Now another team going out in 4th. It's Endgame getting finished off, and we might have ourselves a new winner in a new face. Nefarious still up and alive with 4 members. They start to rain down shots onto Tribe. Nade starting to rain down onto Cool2 BGBG.
Oh my goodness. You have 3 teams with all 4 members alive, Degon. And there's only 4 teams left. There's somebody lurking. Oh, it's Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma and Beach are just kind of hanging out with each other on this crevice. They don't realize there's actually no one near them. They're relatively safe as all the fighting is happening on the western side of the circle. Follow along with Steve-O now, giving his best shots here against 2 of these PMPL qualified squads, Cool2 BGBG hailing from Mexico, as well as Tribe. All members, as you said, still alive for these 3 teams, and Wildcard waiting in the distance, only 2 guys up. And this is a big moment for Nefarious. They've qualified on in, one of the lower qualifiers, and this is a team that when we think grassroots, this is what I think about. Guys that have been on the cusp for a little while. Rain actually tweeted at me saying, I've been trying to qualify for ESL for quite some time. Super happy and proud of the team to let everybody know that we've done it. Can't wait for this week to start. And here they are, circles squeezing on in, and they're playing with the big boys.
They are indeed. Tribe Gaming is still one of these ones you have to watch out for. As Cool2 BGBG looks to try and rotate there with this last vehicle. But I love this position Steve-O has. He's got vision on everybody right now, letting the team know what's going on, but he overstayed just a second too long. And Tribe and the crew coming up on the rise. It is Memo giving them the memo right now, raining so many shots, and he's going to go down, but the damage was done, Degon. Is that 3 members down for Nefarious?
Yeah, 3 members down for Nefarious. Just Jake, the last one, still up, but he's on revive duty. Wildcard now, feeling like now's the time to make the move. They've rotated north, and this could be a huge nade for Enigma. You see him lining him up, chucking it all the way on over. Does he get the knocks? Bunch of people go down. It's King A coming on through. Enigma now taking their shots. No team has been knocked out quite yet. Steve-O's still waiting to get revived by Jake, and Jake on revive duty has gotten 2 of his teammates on up. 2 of them have died though, so it's just Jake and Steve-O left alive. Alucard trying to clean things up on here, and it's Cool2 BG that have been knocked out. It's just Nefarious, Wildcard, and Tribe. A double peak here, and King A goes down. Nefarious right on the cusp of possibly a chicken dinner in their second game of the ESL Mobile Open playoffs. This would be huge for them, but Enigma got the M249. He's got the machine gun, and it's Beach and Enigma still alive, untouched for Wildcard. Alucard, the last one alive for Tribe.
I cannot believe it, Degon. Nefarious just held on. They peaked the angle. They got knocked. But in that instant, Wildcard chose that moment to strike. Cool2 BG also pulled in. So suddenly Tribe now has to fight on 2 other flanks. And they let Nefarious reset. Oh my goodness. Jake, be very careful when you pop your head on over. They've got to try and find the shot. So the circle is going in. Jake is in a terrible spot right now. He's got to try and line up these shots, Degon, but the blue is ticking away. And this is going to be Steve-O now, the last man standing. He's just going to try and heal on through. He's got 5 first aids to work with, which means that it's not going to be a Nefarious chicken dinner here, but it is going to be them in 3rd place, very likely here, unless Alucard goes down just a little bit sooner, trading out shots here with Beach. Beach, you don't have the advantage here, friend, and that is going to be I cannot believe Wildcard. They just did the same thing they did in game number 1, Degon. They just chilled. They just killed. And then they let their opponents come to them, and they took them down a good measure. I cannot believe it. Nefarious is going to end this in 2nd here, Degon. That's wild. And a Wildcard victory, very likely here in just a second for game number 2. And that is going to be salutes to you too, Steve-O. And that is game number 2 in the books.
Wow, what a finish there. Again, once we got down to those 4 teams, Cool2 BG, I can't believe that they only finished with 1 kill. They were in the mix on so many different fights. You take a look at the scoreboard here. Omen Elite had themselves 3, 5, 8 kills in that whole hectic mess. Tempo Storm would have gone out with only 1 kill, down almost in like 12th place if it wasn't for the heroics of Tensa. They get all the way up to 9th. Tensa gets himself 3 kills. And if you're 303 Esports, you're kind of kicking yourself because there was only 1 member of Tempo Storm sneaking on through. But the patience shown by Nefarious, you got to imagine what those comms were like at the very end, saying, hey, look, you go for the kill there, Jake. Steve-O, you hang back and heal. And I was thinking, man, he has a clear shot on those final members of Wildcard, and decided, no, we're going to play for points. This is the plan that we had. They get 4 extra points because of that. Smart play there by Nefarious, and I like the fact that this younger squad showing a little bit of veteran savvy to get themselves 2nd place.
Yeah, I love that you point that out, Degon, because that's the difference there. At that point, the placement is worth more than the potential kill they could have gotten. So a huge moment there for them. Amazing 7 kills as well to boot. So it's not like they just snuck their way in there. They fragged their way in there. And that means it's the perfect time to take a look at our Xperia highlights from that last game, because there were a lot of highlight reel moments. It was a little slow to get going, Degon, but once we did, oh boy, was there action.
Yeah, and this was a scary point for Tempo. They could have gone out first here. Unfortunately, Square One couldn't get all their ducks in a row. Of course, their teammates were knocked earlier by Tempo, and Rain and Tensa, they just keep cool. So cool, no matter what's happening all around them. That was our first knockout there. Unfortunately for Extreme Slayers, they were the first to be eliminated. And then Zute making the aggressive plays against Valhalla after we saw them play footsie early on. King A sniffing out the final member of Tempo, getting Tribe into that third place position off of a push there. And Angry, all his teammates down. He was stuck in such a difficult spot, builds himself a little bit of cover and gets Omen Elite multiple kills. And then here was the craziness when it was like, all right, here's the go button. Memo had the opportunity to land some shots, although he gave himself up to Cool2 BG. It was actually Nefarious trading that one out, and it put Jake immediately into revive duty, and Enigma picking the right time to peek on up over the corner. He and Beach Banana bide their time, and a big salute here by Stevo to pick up second place. Great showing there by Nefarious, one of our younger squads, one of our newer squads, as well as Wildcard. And this is a difference between this team. They know when they can fight and play hyper aggressive, and now starting to show when, hey, look, we are only 2 against 3 teams that have everybody up. They can do the math and see how many teams were left. Let's play slow. This is a time where we're supposed to play slow. We're not trying to just take a couple kills, get a couple points, and call it a day. And in doing so, although they were at numbers disadvantage, they're feeding tonight because they get themselves the chicken dinner.
Yeah, again, just amazing decision-making here. I think people look at the world of competitive PUBG Mobile and think, well, you know, I just need to be a really good shot. I just really need to focus on shooting. But I think that proves at the end of the day that decision-making, if you want to really up your game, if you want to take yourself to that next level, if you want to dip your toe into the competitive landscape, learn to make these smart decisions at the end. Watch what these top teams are doing because they are making the right calls consistently. That's why a team like Wildcard was our Season 4 champions. But that means game number 2 is in the book. Thank you so much, Degon, for that Xperia analysis segment. And speaking of Xperia, speaking of Sony, I got to give them a huge shout out for joining us as the official mobile partner for Season 5 playoffs for the ESL Mobile Open with their Xperia One. I've now got quite a few opportunities to use this phone over the last few months. And I have to say, as I have so many phones here, and I just have many. I'm lucky I have more than one. I get to talk about it because it's pretty sick. Because one of the things I've noticed is like when people think about, you know, the world of mobile gaming and they think of Sony, they don't necessarily connect those two names. They think of like, you think of Sony, you think of like awesome cameras like what I'm using right now. I think of televisions, but they don't actually know that Sony makes a pretty fantastic phone. And I think one of the things that people, you know, when they're getting into mobile gaming, they think, what does my phone need to be able to do? It needs to be able to play my games at 60 frames per second, not overheat. It needs to be able to last a long time. And I need to have a screen that I can use, that I can get all the information. Well, that's what this phone has. It's fantastic. It's got a top of the line processor. It's got a 21:9 aspect ratio, which is kind of unique, which is pretty sick because it's got that wider screen, which I personally really like for mobile gaming because it gets my thumbs out of the way. It's also got like a 4K OLED display. It's a super nice screen, and it's got the game enhancer mode, which I personally use quite a bit, particularly if I'm, I don't know, grinding a game like Auto Chess. And I just want to turn off my notifications because let's be honest, you're playing a few games, you're going to be there for a couple hours, and who wants to be disturbed when you're doing that? So definitely be sure to check out the Xperia One by Sony if you're looking to maybe upgrade your phone going into the end of the year and you're looking to of mobile gaming. Degon, I know you've also got a chance to use this phone a little bit over the last few months. What do you think?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's been so great. I have large hands. I'm a big hands player. With this widescreen, all my fingers, all the space, all the bones, all the skin get themselves out of the way. And so when I go ahead and use my claw mode right here, I feel very comfortable and at home. Love the fact that it goes a slightly wider angle for me. Love the fact that it looks at, and it's so crisp, so clean. Thank you so much to Sony for sponsoring and being a partner of the ESL Mobile Open.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to Sony for joining us here for our Season 5 playoffs. But of course, Degon, now, because we're going to a break, I have to say goodbye for a little bit. Come back with game number 3.
That's all right. I'm loading in. It's fine.
Okay. You're good. It's easy peasy. Don't worry about it. Here we go. All right. Before we jump on to our break, though, I need to remind you once again, of course, if you want to stay up to date with all things ESL Mobile Open, social media, !social is the place to do that. We do stuff on Twitter, but we also do stuff on Instagram at the ESL Mobile Instagram. I do some cool shout outs over there sometimes, which is kind of cool. I filmed one today on the Xperia One if you want to check out that camera quality as well. And of course, if you want to join the GLHF pledge. I talked about it earlier on in the show. If you want to take a stand against toxicity, if you want to be just a better online digital citizen, !GLHF in the chat, anykey.org. You can sign the pledge. Be one of over 500,000 people who have already done so. That's 500,000 people. That's like a lot of people, guys. Join in. It's a lot of fun. Check it out. Of course, that's it for us now. It's 2 games in the books. We have 3 more left to play. We're going to jump on to a short break. We'll be back in just a few.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. We're here with our first day, and it is PUBG Mobile time. My name is Paul Inverum Toddkill. I will be your host, helping to break down all of the action, of which there has been a lot. Today has started off strong, and I'm so happy to be back. I have missed casting PUBG Mobile, and I've missed casting it with you, Deacon, despite the fact that we can't be together hanging out on that very comfortable couch in our studio.
You
know what?
You're
We're
so
still
nice.
together
You're
in
so
spirit,
kind.
hanging out, Dude, it's been fun. I like this because again, as much as it feels like we're back again and it feels familiar, it also feels like we've leveled up because the quality of play has just been really high.
Yeah. Surprising in two ways. I think the first off, one team that stood out to me that we didn't know before today was Valhalla. Valhalla was taking fights all over the place. It didn't matter who the name tag was, except the very first fight against Omen Elite. They realized they knocked Nico in just a distance gunfight and dipped on out of there. They're like, yeah, you know what? We proved that we can do that. We don't need the points. We proved our point. That is our point. And they left. But then they found themselves in multiple fights as the circle continued to close on in. So I thought that was impressive. And then, of course, our second place finisher, Nefarious, showing a lot of poise, realizing after I think listening to a lot of the gunfights and where they were happening and which teams are falling, they're like, hey, look, there isn't there aren't too many people around us. I think we have a good shot of making it. And then as they did, they took the gunfights against some of these bigger teams. In the final circle, when there was 4 teams up, the 3 other teams are PMPL squads, and they held their own. They weren't afraid. They landed their shots. And then again, the veteran savvy play where they heel stratted their way on into second place. I thought that was fantastic stuff by them.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many amazing moments. I think Wildcard's decision-making at the end, knowing the exact perfect moment to strike like a snake, not Team Snake, like a different snake, coming in out of the shadows to make their point. And then again, Nefarious able to rally at the end. And of course, Tempo Storm as well. Tensa survived for so long, Degon. They took that insane 1v1 fight earlier on where the 2 remaining members pushed on in, able to take down I can't remember what squad it was. It was one of those 303. And they just, unfortunately couldn't be able to do that. But it's Tempo Storm. Again, they win those. You bet on Tempo in these situations because they are just so much a veteran roster. You got like Rain and HH24 who's been around forever, and Spec and Tensa. Like these guys, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I think what's so impressive to me is the fact that this is a different roster than the team that dominated in season 2 of the Mobile Open over in New York, right? The only remaining member here is Spec. Spec has been here for quite some time, and then he's joined by HH24 and Tensa, the team totality members. Rain was also in that mix as well. But just the fact that by swapping out those players and then putting in new ones, it feels like there would be a time to grow. They might miss a beat, but even with those changes, they've still been synonymous with dominant North American PUBG mobile play, and at times like on the global stage as well. So I am very happy to see them still continue on and be dominant in the region.
I mean, again, this is Tempo Storm, who walked away as our champions in season 2 at the Barclays Center, ESL 1 New York. I mean, they've competed on these massive stages. They were in the top 3 back in season 4. They made those. They did eventually make some roster changes. They did have that time to sort of reset. But I think bringing in these 2 members from Team Totality, another one of these top teams in NA, they already had that pre-existing synergy, and they were just able to sort of line up that communication and get that moving for them. So again, there's a reason that Tempo is up here at the top, and one of the reasons we saw them do so well in these last few games. Actually, they've just been aggressive. I think more aggressive than I've ever seen them, and I think I like it. Just given how much point-wise kills are worth right now, I like the fact that we're seeing a more aggressive iteration of Tempo Storm.
Yeah, and just to take a stroll down memory lane, into that season 3 season around that time frame was also the qualifiers for PMCO, the PMCO North American regional finals, to play in the PMCO global finals in Malaysia. Team Totality was the #1 team in the qualifiers, and they were #1 in ESL Mobile Open playoff season 3 going into the season 3 finals. Like, that was a team that was really firing on all cylinders there for HH24, for Tensa. Richie was on that roster as well. And I'm just very surprised at how easily they all fit together perfectly in terms of fragging, in terms of shot calling, and why we find Tempo Storm probably near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to see, and the consistent play that they're able to bring here as well, I think is crucial, and it shows in the stats as we take a look at our updated leaderboard after our first 2 games. Let's see exactly how the points did fall out here. Ulman Elite still up at the top, 45 points to their name. A dominant performance so far. Wildcard Gaming able to sneak in towards the end there, but it's Nefarious, 29 points, up even over Endgame, up even over Tempo Storm, up even over Culture BG, because that's an easy name to say. Thanks, guys, for that one.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's so easy. Up over Tribe and Simplicity. I mean, this left half of this screen is about what you kind of expect coming into this. These are the well-known team names.
Yes, that's exactly my point. Everyone except Nefarious, which is why I think we should take time pointing it out. And also G25 Gaming on the right side here with only 8 points. They were the top qualifier. They always have lofty goals. They need to start firing on all cylinders here because you only get 8 games in the playoffs before you get yourself into the finals. They really need to kick things off here in Sandhawk.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8 games, it's 8 planes. And speaking of planes, we're ready to drop into game number 3. I really just wanted to make that work. We just do. We take those. We do. And we also take us back a little bit to some memories of finals past here on everybody's favorite tiny little map, Degon. It's Sandhawk.
I love Sandhawk. Sandhawk.
I think it's fun. I like the action. I have fond memories of back in the early days of actual PUBG, of just watching Shroud get stream sniped by like 30 people in this exact area actually here in the Rivertown, and just having so much good times. And now here in PUBG Mobile, we've had finals after finals after finals on this map, and watching the teams adapt. And as you said, it's made NA better for it. So you're welcome, NA team. Oh, hello.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about, though.
Oh!
Drop it right here, right on to XS. And this is getting quite crazy right now. It's 2 for 2. I think it's 3 for 2 right now. And teams are just immediately like, yeah, you know what? We don't care that you haven't looted in. Extreme Slayers, welcome to the lobby. We're going to start shooting you guys right away. Only one member left alive for both these squads. Lolo, the last one up, and Karma, the last one up. Oh, it's going to be a little hectic here. Revives will come through for Extreme Slayers, but Karma's not going to wait. He's going to push, turn the corner, surprise, get the jump on. Oh, the drop shot goes true, and Simplicity will be the first team out on Sandhawk. Enjoy your vacation, but you don't have to play PUBG Mobile while you're relaxing. Holy cow, what a start.
So I want to note that this team came in 16th of 16 teams. They just barely made their way in here to the playoffs, and they just took down Simplicity, one of the veteran rosters, not just in PUBG Mobile, just as an esports organization, period. And they just took them down first, taking a brilliant series of 1v1s. Identifying the fact that, look, all 4 of us are here, but we just need to win our individual fights. And that's exactly what they did. Karma was able to get the key res, go and find the flank, the drop shot to round it all out. And now Zombie is still, and that's not Life of the Living Dead. He's still alive for now. And it's all thanks to Karma here. He must have done something well early on because it's paying off for him.
Yeah, that was crazy. And this is why I love this map. I think as a player, probably sucks, but as a spectator, it's so fun. It is so fun to watch just the hectic nature of how much the circle forces this type of stuff. The buildings force these types of fights as well. You know, you got 3 different land masses to deal with the Northwest, the Southwest, and the main island. And I love it, man. I love this start here. As just a quick update as well, 303 lost somebody early as well.
And it looks like Nefarious, the team who we credited so much in that last game, starting the lobby with only 3, must have had a connection issue, and they're actually trading a little bit of blows there, potentially with Valhalla, the other up-and-coming rising star we were really excited to see as well. Kind of want these teams to not fight Degon. I kind of want to see them meet later on in this game, because I really want to continue to see what these 2 squads can do, because they're of sort of the young guns who have made a presence felt in this lobby. They're the ones I'm most excited to see. But who knows? Maybe it's one of these other teams. Maybe it's Snake. Maybe it's Square One. Maybe one of these other squads are going to also step up and prove why they have made it here to our playoffs. But hello, Omen. Hello, Tribe. It's the old. Wait, what? Wait, Tribe, you don't know.
God. They're right.
Tribe, you don't know.
Now Memo's given over the information, and that's why you see Alucard looking exactly at him. Seagut, he's getting aggressive. He'll try to get the jump shot here. Juicy gets the running kill with the AK, has to reload. Alucard has the opportunity, but he has to reload as well. So Juicy running around, doesn't know where this final snake in the grass is in the form of Alucard, and Alucard is the last one alive as King A got taken down earlier. And Omen Elite might be doing Tribe dirty. Tribe again running into another tier 1 squad as they did on Erangel, and they get finished off. They go out in 15th place.
Enjoy your point. My goodness. My goodness. That just goes to show Degon on Sandhawk in the playoffs. No one is safe. I don't care about your pedigree. I don't care about your history. I don't care about your reputation. When it comes down to a gunfight early, when all that you've got is the player next to you, your skills, the time you put into the game, it is anyone's game. Omen showed that they know how to take these again, breaking them down, this time into the 2v2s, that buddy system paying off for them beautifully. They took down King A early. He's had a bit of a rough day, and now that is them taking down some of their biggest competition.
Yeah, and for me, again, like I said, I feel like I'm hard on Tribe because I want them to succeed, and they're always on the cusp. I think it's very easy and correct this time to be like, yo, this is unlucky. We got rolled up on. We weren't ready. We're in the middle of a transition. That's just unlucky, and you can reset mentals. This isn't like, hey, we missed out on an opportunity to and misexecute it. It was like, nah, we got rolled up on, and sometimes you got to win those fights. They had the jump on us. We go down and have to fight a 3v2, an extended 3v2, a spread out 3v2, and it was too hard. It was a very difficult thing to win. They weren't able to win it. I don't think there's any frustrations or shame in this one, but just unfortunate. You got to go back to the drawing board and reset for maps 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean these are pros. Let's be real. These guys have been around the block a few times. They've won and lost more games than you can count, and that's okay. Being able to reset the mental. It is only game number 3. They still have 4 more chances to bring it all the way to our top 16 to make it into our finals, and that's just fine. They're going to be able to do that here again, and they've got the support of the whole Tribe Gaming organization behind them as well, the biggest organization, quote unquote, in mobile esports. So not too worried about that here. As we're jumping Eastern Gaming, it's Tiger, and looks like they've potentially got themselves some friends nearby. Take a look at the mini map. Actually, a little bit more spread out than the screen would have you believe, but they're just chilling out here early. Surprising. There was some early action on Sandhawk, but I wanted more.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but I think it's just more of like, hey, look, it's early. Teams are feeling each other out. Yeah, so it's chill. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. As we take a look here, circle starting to come on in, and one thing that teams do is they straight up go right into the middle of the circle. You don't have a lot of teams play on the outskirts because when you play Sandhawk, as soon as a gunfight breaks out, you know you could very well be in line to have 3, 4, 5 teams come on in. And if you're doing that on the outskirts of the circle and it shifts away, you have no chance, 0 chance of getting yourself in the circle. So you'd rather fight to get into the circle, into the center, rather than hang out and then, accidentally run into another team that's playing edge, and then everyone else is going to come and clean you up.
I mean, you hate to see it, but also, yes, that's 100% what we're going to be experiencing, or at least some teams are going to be experiencing here in this game. As we're jumping back on board with Omen Elite, we're staring down towards an empty compound. Of course, they don't know that. We have this perfect vision. And again, it's obviously easy for us as casters to sit back and just like make these calls and be able to say, oh, that was the right or wrong decision, or at least our opinion on what's a right or wrong decision. That's easy for us to say when we know the context. We know everybody is. These guys, the game knowledge that they have, the game sense of where all their opponents are, not only just from scrims and time spent, in the lobbies of these players, but also just like knowing what the likely rotation paths are going to look like, what they would do.
Right.
And that's really cool to see. Just knowing how these players react, because sometimes I forget that they can't see what they see because they make such good decisions anyway.
Yeah, like they're able to take in all the information and basically know, hey, look, this is a team that normally drops in this place, but it's always variable, especially for the first week of playoffs, because this is a different lobby. Remember, there is no Cloud9 in this lobby. There is no Pittsburgh Knights in this lobby. A lot of teams that would normally be here, and even some of the fringe teams that would normally be here, aren't in this lobby. And so you get you get other teams kind of dropping in spots, and that's why we're finding hot drops and everyone not knowing where everyone else is. So it's just like, hey, let's just crunch in the middle and we'll hang out until everyone else starts fighting.
Yeah, exactly. We're all going to meet there at the end someday. Oh, boy. Hang on. That's Omen. That's Tempo. It's our boy HH24. He's staring up at a juicy-looking drop, but at the same time, he thinks, that's a hill. And also he says, is that the hill I want to die on?
I love how we're getting a lot of opportunities to do tempo role play here and get into the mind. Because you were exactly right. He's looking up at the box. He's looking up at the hill and then looks back at his teammates like, hey, can you guys hurry up? I was speaking with a friend earlier saying like, he loves watching certain players, but because you can tell exactly what they're thinking based off of the way that they're using their camera, their player cam right now, right? Yep. As HH24, the crate is his goal. But he also knows that this hill could be his enemy, and his buddies are behind him. And you don't have to look backwards to talk to your teammates on comms. You don't have to do it. But it's so frustrating that they're not in position to do so yet that he's looking back and be like, hey, guys, what are you doing? You don't need another level 2 backpack. Can you just Can you just please? Can you please?
Please? Can we please? All right, because I'm looking over towards the right side of our screen, Degon, and I see the way the circle is rotating. And the amount of teams that have already stacked up in the center of it is actually mind-boggling to me. We have like 3 teams towards the outskirts. It's Nefarious, it's Valhalla, it's the 2 young guns. They're playing this slow. I think they're playing. You mentioned this like right at the start of the day, how you want to see these newer teams, at least to the Mobile Open, you want to see them play it a little slower. That's what we're seeing here from them. They don't want to take necessarily all the early fights with these top fraggers.
Yeah, and this circle really doesn't give us too much more information because it just zooms in on what's already there. The only person close to another team, I believe, is Extreme Slayer's Fantasy. He's close to G25. Other than that, you got the Tempo guys close to Omen Elite. And that's about it. Everyone else is probably could be very comfortable chilling where they're at. Maybe Snake's Joker. He's in between Square One, trying to get a little bit more payback for that first kill of the day. But this circle is a breeze. Man, if Simplicity was here, they'd be like, man, we could have been chilling in Paradise Resort. We could have been chilling anywhere on the map, but we hop right next to a team.
Too soon, Degon. There was never there was not an iteration of reality that existed that Simplicity thought they would lose that fight.
Yeah,
but they did.
Me neither. Like, to be honest, if I was
the best way to keep it simple is just not to play, apparently.
Yeah, like
it was a little bit toxic.
Give me Russell and Minwoo any day in a gunfight like that, but not this time. Not this time.
Not this time. It's Fantasy. Oh boy.
See, this is what I said. He's kind of close, but PG, Killswitch, and Dinner, they connected with only 3, so they're very much not interested in moving anywhere.
And Fantasy's just trying to get some intel. He's playing Scout for his team, and this is actually something we see fairly common. I think it was actually like old Tempo Storm also used to run this a lot. Spectre used to kind of go off on his own at least amount, and the rest of the team used to play around that. But we're seeing it now with Fantasy, who we saw lose a heartbreaking 2v1 to Simplicity, actually, of all teams, in that last game. And another crate, player 5, will enter the game. And that will just be another little point of contention here for these teams if they want to try and play for it. But crates are baits.
But in circles like this, they're super baits. Like, it's almost not worth going for it. Everyone is just straight up looking straight at it. You see Yaden like, I don't see anybody.
Hey guys, maybe we could go. Yaden, I don't know. Guys, maybe we could go for it.
He's not wrong. Like, he's not wrong. There's no one north of it. So the way that he's looking at the crate, there's no one there. But actually, there's Endgame to his right, G25 to his southeast as well, which is what Fantasy was looking at. And so maybe Endgame get a little curious and possibly go for the crate. Otherwise, this might be the slowest we've ever seen Sandhawk played.
I'm actually floored. We've seen a lot of Sandhawk. We've seen a lot of Sandhawk.
And there's always at least like one team that is passing by another team, but there was no reason to move for this circle 2, except for Valhalla. Valhalla is actually making their rotation in. You called it Nefarious and Valhalla were the 2 teams that were further south that had to come through Camp Charlie. But Valhalla, as you can see on the eastern part of the map, they went all the way down and around, and they're taking a spot here between Kampong and Lakawi. But
interesting.
Again, they're just nothing really for the teams to do yet. The circle gods blessed everybody in this next one.
I mean, part of the thing with these early rotations is that nobody then has any incentive to move because this game is so tempo driven, among other things, because it is all about the ebb and flow of the circle. It's all about the ebb and flow of the circle and the constant things that it makes you move. That's the wall at your back. It's a battle royale. You know what I mean? It's the blue circle of death that will at some point spell an end, and you've got to make a decision at that point. But this circle has also been very kind. It's not like it's a hard shift north towards Paradise or Camp Bravo. Everybody still here is pretty much chilling. You're going to have some slight repositionings, but Degon, I think we're going to have even more slow play going in on this one here. Except for maybe if Tempo and Nefarious meet up here, that could get interesting.
Yeah, Tempo and Nefarious might fight for the same spot. Maybe Square One gets a little jittery because they are further towards the edge of the circle, and Joker and the rest of Snake might find them, as well as GCR. Glacier and Square One starting to jostle for position across the street from each other.
Yep.
And then the last team that might run into each other, Wildcard still needs to decide where they're going to send it. Rain. Go right on through, and here we go. He gets jumped. He gets exploded. And Nefarious, they pick up one. Rain's name. It was Rain versus Rain action. That was actually super cool. How did I miss that pun? And Jake,
Rain and Men.
now the next one right in front of, I believe it's Tensa. Tensa chucking the nade back and forth. And they're just going to play horseshoe with each other here. Is Jake going to push on up? Tensa's head is peeking out. What a nade! Tensa! Oh! His hand, but he blows off the head of Jake. And Nefarious, your second place winners in Miramar, run into the machine that is Tempo Storm. And they say there can only be one Rain. They go out in 14th place.
That's illegal, D-Gon. No, that should not be allowed. That man just hit him in the face with a grenade. Okay, point blank range. Because he pushed him. He's like, I see you holding that grenade. The pin is out. Let's go. Let's take this fight. He's like, yeah, okay. And you know what they say, the expression, things are only close in horseshoes or hand grenade? That was not close. That was bullseye, right on the money. Tensa not tensing up, playing it calm, cool, collected. That man knows his way around an explosive device. My dear D-Gun, this is what I came to see in the ESL Mobile Open.
Yeah. That's a cook. I would eat anything that Tensa cooks because that nade was perfectly cooked.
Yep.
Oh man, feels bad for Nefarious. It felt like they had the jump onto Tempo, but I think this is why Tempo went with Tensa and HH24. I feel like these two guys constantly are making hero plays like this. Constantly. Not that their teammates, Spec and Rain, are dying early, but Tensa just always finds a way to get 2 or 3 extra points out of nowhere, which leads to a couple placements as well. And they're not done because Tensa might have to do it again. Joker, he was the solo sneaky Snake of Snake by himself near Square One. Might be looking to get some more points here.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes. He doesn't realize he's fighting 2 teams right now, D-Gon. That's just the kind of guy that Tensa is. He's held up with HH24, like you mentioned before. He's going to get the res here, the bit of the sacrificial lamb. Rain is going to go down. But it's going to be Spectre and crew up against the world right now. But those long distance shots, just so solid. And now that Square One know who they're fighting against, you think maybe they want to reconsider, they want to reposition? Nah, they're going to keep fighting. I respect that decision here from them. They may look to slightly change up this angle, and I wouldn't hate that either, just because, again, it's Tempo Storm you're worrying about here.
Yeah, and not only Tempo Storm, but the long side of the circle. So they they want to make sure they clear their areas before they rotate the way that they're looking. Now we've got some action here. 303 and Cool2 BGBG are sitting right on top of each other. First knocks going to 303. They're safe. Look to get a little bit more here. As Draven, the most aggressive player here for Cool2 BGBG, knocked. Lucky can't find him. Nice little hiding spot here for Draven. But there it is. Lucky finds him, picks up the kill. Now Danny, holding around the corner. The big God god trying to find his way on through here as Danny still holding the corner. Now spotted through the window. And the jump shot coming through. Lucky going 2 here as 303 spam those trees. Looking pretty nice, even though they've lost one early. Oh, spoke a little too soon as Valhalla coming down, laying the smack down here as they don't care who's on what's team. Now Yeezus in the sight lines of Valhalla as well.
Oh my goodness, the third-party action from Valhalla, like the hammer of Thor raining down from above. Smack gets Mjolnir right up in the face, and 303 now is getting absolutely collapsed upon. We're seeing sort of the outset of this there, as there's more fighting happening once again with Tempo Storm and S1. D-Gon, the battle did not stop. This is the Sandhawk we've come to know, expect, and love. It is HH24 and Tensa, the dynamic duo, watching the nades fly on through. Spooky is down. Oh boy, it ain't Halloween, but it don't matter none because Tensa is the devil every single time, and he will continue to keep up the pressure here, raining it down onto Bobo as well. You talked about the hero play, D-Gon, and Tensa is stepping up right now. I don't know if the Avengers is hiring, but this is your man.
Yeah, again, Tensa tries to go for it, but Square One's Bobo able to answer back. And so Tempo looking pretty dire, might actually go out in 12th place. Yes, Bobo actually picking up 2 kills here for Square One. He turns tail, starts to try and make it right on into the circle. He's pretty low, and he has multiple members of Glacier staring him down. Will he be able to get himself inside? Yes, he will. He's not inside the circle quite yet, and you can see all those GCR members looking his way, and Glacier get themselves on the board. But nice hold there by Square One, putting Tempo out all the way in 11th, and Square One out in 10th place.
Here, after I hyped him up, I was really hoping he was gonna finish that one up there, Degon. But no, so many props in the world to Bobo, and knew exactly how to play that. He's like, look, they've got to push to me. The circle is coming on in. It's a rock in a hard place. He played that so well. Again, taking down one of the top contenders in the lobby. Props to both teams. That was so much fun to watch. But there is still so much more action ahead. 9 teams, 31 players alive. And this is just going to be close quarters combat from the rest of the game. Small compound scrimmages in these forests as well, taking advantage of every defilite, every dip, every tree, and every rock. Cover is going to be in high demand because at this point, everybody's fully kitted. A couple of shots to the head. It's GG.
Yeah, and the circle, not friendly to anybody. Endgame and Wildcard actually going to run for the same spot. And I don't know if Every Fury knows this quite yet. Quick update on the Cool2 BGBG Valhalla fight. Valhalla was getting chunked by Wildcard, so they're down a couple members, and Cool2 BGBG was able to finish off 303 Esports. So 303 Esports also already gone after an impressive couple of shots from Lucky. He gets dinked in the head, and they're not quite able to do anything.
Oh, Karma. Oh, Karma. Oh, my goodness. Fantasy and Crew, this is going to be the push right in now. Oh my goodness, and we're seeing all these fights happening at once, Degon. Why is it that way? When it rains, it pours. The action never stops here on Sanhawk as Nico was going in, finally getting taken down there, but he trades out with Ryan. The circle's pushing in as well. Tigers on the flank. Everybody is just trying to clean up these kills as best they can, but Omen is playing in the blue here. They're going to get the downs where they can find them, but they're just going to continue to try and run as this is the push coming in here from Extreme Slayers, trying to take down G25, who are playing this beautifully, falling back, letting them break upon them like water on rock. And in the end, it is G25 with the perfect execution there, Degon. Wow, what a flawless defense.
Yeah, and remember, G25 only playing with 3 members to kick this thing off. And so impressive for them to make it into the circle. 2 members still alive. Wildcard, meanwhile, the 2 other fights were happening between Eaststorm Gaming, Omen Elite, and G25 and Extreme Slayers defeated Endgame. So Endgame, they made their push inside the circle, get knocked out, and Wildcard look poised to get themselves their second chicken dinner in a row. Glacier, Omen Elite, and G25, your 4 final teams as ESG finally bleed on out.
Ooh, and there's Angry going down to the blue. It's just Juicy left here for Omen, I believe. Wildcard with still 3 members. How is it they always seem to do this, Degon? I praised Wildcard's consistency at the beginning of the day, and I shouldn't sound surprised. I'm just impressed at this point. They consistently put themselves in positions to find success. Glacier, though, is still fighting back here. I think they're the only one with all 4 members alive. I may have spoken too soon. I may have caster cursed them. Absolutely, because Juicy's still here on the flank.
Sorry, Glacier. That's called the caster curse of Mr. Codkill. He does it all the time. Oh, and now they're starting to drop like flies. Acer actually gets picked back off by Illusions. Enigma was able to get revived, healed on up. So he and Beach trying their best to stop Glacier, and they stop him in their tracks. The sneaky snake in the grass in the form of Juicy also knocked out as well. But Glacier, good showing here, get themselves into 3rd place. Omen Elite could have gone out all the way in 8th, now up to 4th place.
Oh my goodness. Wildcard 4v3, it don't matter none. As they were just able to keep calm under pressure. It is now G25. Again, G25 started this lobby with 3. I want to make a note of that. They just held off Extreme Slayers in a beautiful series of plays, but now they are down in the open. Oh my goodness. You've ever heard the expression shooting fish in a barrel, Degon?
Yeah.
That's the barrel.
That's the barrel. This is weirdly shaped barrel.
Use your imagination, Degon. I don't think I've seen more of a one-sided final circle scenario. It brings me back to like just north of like Rozhok in like season 1. Like old school Misfits, I think, was the team that would always hold the high ground there. I'm getting flashbacks, not like the good ones.
No, the bad ones.
The bad
I remember
ones.
there was also one circle that we had on Erangel, where it's on top of the cliffs. And there was a team below the cliffs.
Oh, on the coast.
By the yellow houses. That was pretty one-sided too. That's what this feels like to me. Is I'd love to see Beach Banana. Can we go with Beach Banana? He's on a big flank. Can we follow along Beach? There we go.
There it
Kill
is.
switch. He's in the smoke, but Beach is gonna shoot him on the side. Circle's coming in. I think Kill switch has a rock. He's got a rock, and he's gonna try to take some shots back at Beach. Slightly missing, gets Beach a couple of times, but no. Mr. Banana gets the kill. Wildcard are gonna take a massive lead with their second chicken dinner in a row. 10 kills to go with it. 30 big points in the coffers of Wildcard Gaming.
Oh my goodness, Degon. Again, I shouldn't be surprised, but I am still. Wildcard, our season 4. I shouldn't be. It'd be silly to be surprised. But again, we touched on it, and it's nobody's fault. It's just the way this points worked out. But this is frankly a stacked lobby. There are a lot of good players in this lobby. There are a lot of good teams. And the fact that you can then come out on top multiple games in a row, top 3 finishes, multiple games in a row. That in and of itself is a feat. But the fact that Wildcard has been able to do it while fighting, it's not like they haven't been fighting. It's not like they haven't been going crazy. As we can see in our Xperia highlights, there was a lot going on in this game. It was the ebb and flow. It was quiet. And then it got real loud, Degon. We take a look back in our Xperia highlights.
Yeah, we kicked things up.
Yeah, we do kick things off there with simplicity. That first opening fight just looking so good for a second, and then it was karma again. He must have done something early. He does deserve that one. That was the big old victory there, Degon. And it was this fight that we both lost our minds.
Yeah, definitely. It was pretty nutty there as 303 came on in, and I thought Lucky after that shot felt so good, and then he peeked his head on out. Good push by Valhalla. Tasty fluffing his lines just a little bit there. And the rest of Valhalla had trouble getting into that house, but Valhalla cleaned things up, and they still find themselves in the top half to Valhalla. And then Bobo taking down the final 2 members of Tempo Storm, Nico, and the rest of Omen Elite, getting caught here against ESG. And ESG and Omen Elite deciding to heal on up and heal strat their way into 4th and 5th place, respectively. Kill switch fending off the aforementioned Extreme Slayers. And then finally, to close things out, a G25 showing. It took them 3 members, but only 3 members, but they finally.
We lost. This is what happens sometimes, guys. I love it. I see. Here's the thing. We're making this happen. Normally, Degon be sitting right next to me on the couch. Normally, we could just chill. But this time around, unfortunately, through the powers of the internet, things not quite working out there. But yes, as Degon was about to mention in our Xperia highlights, it was G25, just couldn't quite clutch it up. All these amazing veteran teams there at the end, Wildcard able to pull it out once more. Before we jump on to a break, I've mentioned them a few times over the show. You've seen the logo flying around here a little bit. I don't know how this is going to work. That's not, yes, it's AT&T, of course, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open, without whom none of this would be possible. I've talked a lot about AT&T over the past, year and a half. The fact that they're supporting the grassroots of mobile esports, the fact that they're not only providing infrastructure and prize money for these players, but they're giving them an opportunity to prove themselves on a stage they wouldn't otherwise. I mean, going into this, maybe hadn't been necessarily familiar with teams like Valhalla and Extreme Slayers, but they're now going toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in North America, and that's only possible because of events like the ESL Mobile Open. So thank you so much to AT&T to help making this, to make this a reality, helping to support mobile esports, because let's be honest, here in North America, it's still early days for the world of mobile gaming and mobile esports, but it is growing in a huge way thanks to programs like this. Also, if you guys want to stay up to date with all things ESL Mobile Open, if you guys want to get involved, I don't know, maybe in future seasons, !social in the chat is where you can find us there. Not only do we have an awesome Twitter page where you can stay up to date with all that cool stuff, not only do we have a cool Instagram, we also have a Discord server. If you guys want to hang out, chat, maybe find some teammates to get involved. Maybe you're like, well, I play the game, but I don't necessarily know where I can find a team. Discord is certainly the place to do that. It's not only where we coordinate all our matches, it's where players hang out and relax and chill. And I don't know if you want to get involved in cool things like community nights, which are coming out as well. You can find all that info there on the Discord. I think I hear noises in my ears. Degon, have you returned, sir?
Am
Hello.
I here?
Welcome. You're here.
All right. I think I'm here.
I think you're
right.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's awesome. Welcome back. I was just putting some closing thoughts. Give me your last, before we jump onto a break, give me your final thoughts on that match.
Valhalla, 6th place, 4 kills. So still making sure that they stay relevant here in the top half. We finally got the G25 sighting, which is my other point. And another one of our newer teams in the form of GCR, Glacier. They took a couple of big fights there, and they could have very easily got ran over by Wildcard in the final circle, but they definitely put it close with a couple of knocks. So again, some of these small teams cropping up in these situations where maybe we didn't expect them to get there. So we'll keep an eye on some of these newer teams trying to climb their way out of the bottom half of the scoring.
I love it. I could not agree more. I'm so excited to see what these up-and-coming squads can do because we still have 2 more matches today to see just that. We're going to jump onto a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 4.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hey everyone, my name is Paul and Verum Todkill. I'm the host of the ESL Mobile Open, and the Season 5 playoffs are right around the corner. Back in Season 4, we had the privilege of welcoming Sony Mobile as the official mobile partner for the ESL Mobile Open, and we are very excited to announce that they are back for our Season 5 playoffs, their Xperia 1. It's been a few months now, and I've got plenty of opportunities to use this phone, and I have to say, if you're looking for a phone to get involved in the world of mobile gaming, definitely check this one out. If you're looking for a phone that can maintain a crisp, clean 60 frames per second, not overheat for those long gaming sessions, and of course has a long battery life, this is definitely the phone for you. I think one of the things I love about it the most is the 21:9 aspect ratio. It's the cinema-wide display, it's got the 4K screen. If you want your games to look crisp and beautiful, this is definitely a good phone for that. And not even just playing games. If you're, I don't know, maybe watching a TV show or a movie, because let's be honest, we're all doing a decent amount of that right now. This is definitely the phone for you. But I think the thing that I like the most about it is the fact that, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now. When I wanted to sort of tune all that out, I just want to focus on playing a game, maybe a round or two of auto chess. I can just turn on the game enhancer mode. I can just turn off those notifications, and I can just sit back and enjoy the game. And I think what's cool about this with the Xperia 1, because not a lot of people, when they think about, awesome mobile phones for gaming, they don't necessarily think about Sony. They think about, awesome cameras or amazing televisions and think about Sony, but they really have an awesome phone here with the Xperia 1. So if you're interested in upping your mobile gaming game, yeah, go with that one. Definitely check this phone out. And of course, the Season 5 playoffs, like I mentioned, are fast approaching, and I have to say, I cannot wait to see what these gamers have in store for us.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul and Varum Toddkill, here for PUBG Mobile. We've had so many great games so far today. I cannot wait to continue to see what happens, because not only have some of our expected favorites done well, but we've had some of the up-and-comers show and prove to us why they deserve to be here in our top 32. There we go. D-Gon, you're back. Hopefully everything is good in the world. And you have returned to us.
D-back.
Forget D-Gon. He's D-back.
I just wanted to make my joke. I'm sorry, Paul. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
Buddy, dude, we're here all day. It's going to be some times we're going to step on each other's toes. Because the funny thing about this is, and us casting, this is kind of a bizarre situation for us, because you guys don't normally see, but we're in a studio normally. We have a couch. We've got all these different, the different monitor setups
Screens,
and stuff like
monitors,
that.
Yes.
Yeah. And normally D-Gon is either running around, or he's lying down, or he's like doing handstands or something.
Usually
D-Gon
doing this. This is me lying down. I'm not sure if this is working. This is what I would normally do and watch, but we can't do that because cameras are tight. Microphones aren't as great as what we normally have for the mobile open. So we appreciate all you guys bearing with us, and when I'm frozen, that you guys are there to de-thaw me and wait for me to come back. I appreciate all of you. It's great.
Somebody call Team Glacier. We need a thawing over here. There
please.
you are. But if you guys are just joining us now, obviously there's a lot of folks joining us from the front page of Twitch and a lot of other stuff like that. If you're just joining us, you're not sure what this is all about. This is the ESL Mobile Open. It's North America's premier mobile esports series. We have a ton of different games in here, and we give players an opportunity to compete in mobile gaming, because here in the West, people don't necessarily think about mobile esports a ton per se. They're more about PC and console and stuff like that. But mobile gaming, not only is it huge globally, but the esports scene is continuing to grow and thrive. And that's why this program is awesome, because it gives anybody a chance to compete. You don't need to be an established pro. There's no invites. There's no entry fees. Anybody can sign up and play D-Gon. And we have seen a lot of North American talent get their start here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of endemic esports organizations realize, hey, look, this is a great space to pick up players to expand on into. And that's why you've got the likes of Cloud9, got the likes of Tempo Storm leading the way for North America. And TSM actually signed a team in the South Asian region, as well as FaZe, TSM winning that Southeast Asian PMPL season. So I think with the growth there, it really doesn't matter if you're brand new or not, whether you're coming from other other games or not, mobile gaming is coming and it's here to stay, whether you like it or not. So hopefully you guys stay. Welcome, and we'll keep you guys entertained and educate you along the way.
Absolutely. But again, this is still, if you guys have played PUBG on PC, it's a very similar game. The maps are going to look familiar. The weapons are going to look familiar. It's just the device you're playing it on. Think of it, it's just you're playing with a different controller. In this case, it's your phone, and that's what makes it so awesome and so accessible. And the scoring system should be pretty familiar to you as well. We play 8 games over the course of 3 weeks, and we break things down in terms of points. You get points in terms of placement and kills Digon, are worth quite a lot.
Yeah, kills are now weighted more than what we had before in the past, with it only being 1 point per kill. Before it used to be like 5 point and 150 points, and there was just a lot of points for teams. Now we simplified the scale back on down. Chicken dinner worth way more than what it was before, and the fall off from first to second, second to third, third to fourth, much sharper than what it used to be in previous seasons of the Mobile Open. So kills very important, even if you're not going to get the chicken dinner. We've seen a couple teams so far that go out in like 7th or 8th, but they pick up 6, 7, or 8 kills, really boosts them up the scoreboard. And I like that change that follows along with the rest of the pro PUBG scene that leads to more action.
Well, and speaking of scoreboard, speaking of leaderboards, Digon, let's take a look at our updated leaderboard now. After
it's like I intended to do that, right?
I know, it's like it's run a show. Wild card. My goodness, 62. The fact that they've done as well as they have, though, and Omen Elite is only 1 point behind them, is saying so much about how good Omen Elite is looking so far. But I think that my biggest surprise in all of this, Digon, Tribe Gaming not on page 1. Oh boy.
Yeah. And it's only by a point. It was a highly impressive round there by Glacier to get themselves in. But the biggest difference between the top teams that we always keep saying, top teams, quote unquote, tier 1 teams, and not, is consistency, right? And I think you and I touched on it when Tribe got knocked out early. They ran into Tempo Storm, or Tempo Storm ran into them on Erangel, and then Omen Elite ran into them early here in Sandhawk, and they still have 23 points. So I'm not too worried yet about Tribe being on the bottom side. Same with Simplicity. They got hot dropped, and it was a 1v1. I like the way that Karma took it straight to them. So that was pretty cool by Extreme Slayers. But I'm not worried yet. Give me the end of the day with 3 games left that will come in 2 weeks when they play again. Our group 1 will play again. That's when it's like, okay, we rotated through the maps a lot, and you guys still struggled. That's when I'll start getting a little worried.
Yeah, no, you're right. We are still very early days in terms of all this, but I want to remind everybody there are 2 groups, 16 teams in each, 32 in our playoffs. In order to make it into the top 16, you need to be in the top 16 across both groups. So both groups, despite the fact that they aren't directly competing with one another, are still competing with one another, and this is a very stacked group number 1. We're going to be hopping into game number 4 here very shortly. Digon, who are you looking for to really go off in this game?
You know, I want to see Nefarious again, right? We got to see Nefarious on Miramar get themselves to a fantastic spot near the end of Miramar, but then kind of fell off in that gunfight against Tempo Storm when they ran head to head against Tensa. Tensa cooked the nade. Chef Tensa popping off there and really stunted them. And I think that's a great growing point there for a team like Nefarious, who have been grinding, who qualified for the first time in 5 seasons into the playoffs. And that's a really good learning lesson on when to be decisive, how they want to play these fights, and how top teams that are great fighters play against them. So I want to see them step up. And the other team is Valhalla. We highlighted both those teams from their efforts in Miramar. In game 3, they didn't quite have the same effect. Big rotations, both those teams rotated in late, but Valhalla ended up getting picked off 1 by 1. I didn't like that one too much there on Sandhawk. Let's see how they do as we go back to Erangel.
Let's take it right on back with game number 4. Digon, I could not agree more. Those up-and-coming teams, I need to continue to see that they can hang. They've had, I want to make sure that these weren't just a flash in the pan. You know, they were a spanner in the works for some of these teams, but I need to see if they are a cog in the machine of competitive PUBG Mobile and what they can continue to do over these upcoming games. We are back on Erangel, a map that everybody knows and loves, and I still like. I don't know. I like Erangel, Digon. It's fun.
Yeah, it's classic here. This one going to be interesting. A lot of the teams that drop north going to have a bit of an issue. And we had a military base game in game number 1. I would highly, highly bet against it happening 2 games in a row. That almost never happens. So any team that decides to do that, good luck. Just be ready to rotate themselves on out. It does look like Glacier will continue to drop towards military base. Remember, they were the ones that took it in their very first fight they picked up. It was against Tempo Storm, and they died. One member died immediately.
Which is just so funny, the fact that Tempo not going pachinki, but still. Yes, a lot of these fun moments, which we're going to see them doing again. So not really any big surprises there. Tribe Gaming, Wildcard, Tempo, G25, all taking over the center of the map here. And this, again, doesn't really surprise me much at all. And we'll see if there are any early bits of early action here. Does someone catch your ID, Gone?
Yeah, down there in the southeast, you saw 303 and Valhalla next to each other for a very long time. And you got Mo dropping right in the middle of everything. You can see where G25 is, where Square One is. Mo is by himself. And then Valhalla is kind of split up over by Novo. I think Valhalla didn't like the way the plane path worked, and as a betting man, I would double up because the circle is on the completely opposite side of the map, as I expected.
Yeah, this is a southerly plane path and a northern circle. Some people like those because then it puts more. I mean, nobody saw that. LJ, nobody's. It's fine. The tree wasn't there before. Just load it in. Some people like this because it creates more decisions for positive decision. It creates more opportunities for positive decision making. It shows, okay, now we have to rotate. How are we going to rotate? It's no like slow and lazy circle. It's right in the center and nobody's ever pressured. This is immediate pressure. And seeing how teams react to this, I think is sort of the hallmark of these sort of, like tier 2, tier 3 teams and tier 1.
Speaking of tier 1 teams, Nico and the rest of Omen Elite, they like to farm wide here and pick up Milta and Milta power. No punishment there because no one's going to drop in between or try to fight for one of those spots. This is the first time where they don't get the circle in circle 1, and Zute and the boys will have to try to play the edge. You have to keep an eye on them and Tempo as Tempo, and Wildcard currently leading the lobby. And Wildcard, you can see right up there in the north, Beach gets there first. Severny is theirs. Yep. The rest of Wildcard will be able to sneak on through. It looked a little scary for a little while there for Spring as he was stuck between both Tribe Gaming and Extreme Slayers. But it does look like they'll be able to get away and get themselves prime position to kick things off in round number 4.
And that's so interesting too, Degon, because if you play pubs in this game, the idea of going in and not prioritizing finding a gun, not prioritizing finding a vest or a helmet, instead prioritizing finding a vehicle so you can rotate is not something that I think is sort of a natural inclination to a lot of players. The idea that's the first thing the Wildcard's going to do. They're going to go in, they're going to grab vehicles, they're going to rotate to a city they know is uncontested, they're going to get there first, they're going to take it over, they're going to plant their flag in the ground and say this is ours now, and then they feel safer to loot, and then they know that they can get those basics done. I think that's just, it's such a mature thing to do, and it's the hallmark of a team who's able to win 2 games back to back.
Yes, and I wonder if any other team is going to be able to make a leap like Wildcard has, right? They've just rocketed up and kicked the old guard aside and said, you know what? We can win. The season 4 wasn't just a fluke. We can win in season 5, and we can win multiple times. And it doesn't matter if you're Tribe. It doesn't matter if you're Cloud9, who's not in this lobby. It doesn't matter if you're Tempo Storm. We're going to take the fight to you. We're going to outplay you. And I love it. Like, I want to see more teams be unabashedly themselves. Another team that I think reminds me of that is Simplicity. Simplicity, normally more of a conservative team in the early going. They don't try to take fights unless they absolutely have to, as we saw in Sandhawk when they had to against Extreme Slayers. But most of the time, when we see Minwoo, when we see Russell do crazy stuff, it's in like the final circle when there's like 4 teams left. So like Simplicity has their formula and how they stick to it and play to it. And I personally like that as well. All the other teams, I want them to create an identity on when they fight, when they attack, how they play the circle. Do they send it in the middle and just hold? Do they want to play the edge? Like, how do they play? And then stick to that game plan. Stick to it unless it starts failing, and then tweak from there.
I mean, they say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. It was like Winston Churchill. Maybe it was Patton. I don't know. One of those people. But again, having a game plan and sticking to it is amazing. But then part of that game plan is also then how you adapt. If people think it needs to be, well, everything from there is totally on the fly, we're just winging it. No. A good game plan has built-in contingencies. It's a stream, you know what I mean? And we take the left fork, we take the right fork. And you're going to play enough games. You're going to get to know the teams you're playing against well enough that you're going to be able to say, that's fine. We know roughly who's going to do what. We've been in this situation before, and we know what the right answer is. And the thing with these games and tactical shooters and MOBAs and battle royales, there's always a most right decision. And obviously, it's a lot easier for us to say as casters because, as I said before, we have perfect vision. We have perfect information. We know where all the different teams are.
Right.
It's harder for these squads to stay on the fly. But the mark of these teams who can consistently execute is who is making the most right choice the most often.
Yeah. And that's why you play so many games. And in the PUBG Mobile space and PUBG Mobile community, so many scrims. There's so many different places where you can play and practice and get used to it. So a lot of the time when these teams are finding success over and over again, it's not because they've only played here. They've played in so many different scrims and scrim blocks with different teams that drop and play differently so that they've refined their craft. And I think for these younger teams that are coming on in, it's a great chance for them to show their wares in a competitive space because it seems like, and we've shown over the last several seasons, this is an important one for people to win. They like to win Mobile Open. Teams will sell out for this and pull out the different strategies, make some hero plays, and you love to see it. So when we open up the pool to so many other teams to qualify on in and give themselves an opportunity, they're really getting the best shot from a lot of these big teams.
Totally. And that's the thing too, Degon, is not only the fact you have all these other additional scrim blocks, you've got all these leagues and tournaments that are going on. You have 6 weeks of Mobile Open to compete in to get here. You have 4 weeks of open qualifiers. You have 2 weeks of closed qualifiers. You have Mo, my goodness, hoping Simplicity doesn't see him there. You've got all of these players given so many opportunities to compete day over day, week over week, to improve their gameplay. This didn't happen overnight. This is literally years of improvement. And now we are just continuing to see the game get refined and refined and refined. And there's sort of 2 types of errors that we see in games like this. There are forced errors and there are unforced errors. Yeah, forced errors are when you put your enemies into position. Oftentimes we see it towards the edges of circles. We saw it in that last game when teams like Tempo Storm or whatever had to push in. It was going nuts about Tensa, and I think it was actually Excess. It was Bobo, I want to say, who was pinned them against the corner, and then they ended up winning. That's a forced error. The other team put them in a position where they had no choice but to make a mistake. Unforced errors are when they just go in and just goof on their own. Nobody made them push that compound. Didn't realize there's 3 guys sitting inside with guns staring at them. We don't see that anymore, or almost not at all. There are almost no more unforced errors in these games because teams are just getting that good, and it's scary to see. Yeah, that was a bit of a rant, but yes.
No. It was a great rant, and we always find time to bring that up. It's the teams that are constantly asking questions of opponents, the ones that are proactive, right? The ones that are rotating first are the ones that usually have the advantage, but great teams can do both. They can rotate first and react to teams that have rotated to them. And that's what makes like almost a play like what happened earlier with Tempo Storm's Tensa and the cooked grenade against Nefarious so awesome. Nefarious had the jump early. They got the first kill on the Rain, and immediately Tempo Storm ready to go, answer back. And yes, they took a lot of damage. They did lose a player in that fight, but they could have very easily gone out there. Instead, it was a great job by them to react accordingly to a team that had the jump on him. And then Nefarious, newer team still, struggled a little bit with that play and then die. And so you want to see teams be proactive. I think that's the first step. You want teams to be reactive, the second step, and then be able to be proactive after they've been reactive. And that's the mark of like solid teams that always find themselves on top.
Yeah, because it's not an accident. I think people can look at this, there's 16 teams in the lobby and there's X, Y, and Z and all this kind of stuff. There's not an accident that a team like Wildcard can win 2 games in a row. It's not an accident that they are able to consistently put themselves in positions of success. It's not RNG. It's not the loot. It's not the circle. It's decisions that are being made after hours and hours and hundreds or thousands of games played. And that's, again, the hallmark of these top teams is we are starting to see the circle move in now. Not a single player has yet died. Not a single team is knocked out. We are seeing a very conservative opening here from all of these squads. We've seen early kills. We've seen players get caught out on their own before, even on Erangel, map number 1. Nobody wants to have that happen again. Degon, like I said, we're cutting down on those unforced errors.
Yeah. Valhalla, though, is going to be a team that is rotating in super late. They're still in military base, and they're going to have to do a lot of reacting. Luckily for them, the normal move of moving straight to the center of the circle has happened, so no one is south of Razak. Everyone is north of Razak because of how much of the circle is in water right now. Everyone's assuming, yeah, this is going to be a northern circle. No one has to be south of the river. Valhalla going to rotate in super late. They're going to face 0 resistance crossing anything here, but they're fully kitted, and I think if you're Valhalla, you want to make sure you're not just a delivery service for items that might be popping on in. As finally got a little bit of action. Enigma gonna get a knock here, and still a little bit of map on the circle south of the river here. Ruins, hospital, school, Razak still in play, but most of the fighting gonna be happening down by the shooting range.
Oh, that is going to be a whole lot of fun. And speaking of a shooting range, Enigma's lining up the target right here, point blank with the Uzi. And that's 303, it looks like. A tasty morsel for Wildcard. They're going to be able to finish that one up. That is going to be our first blood in the server, and it is an Enigma. Not an Enigma, it's Enigma. Going to be picking this one up as Spring and crew are trying to line the shots up downrange. Can they find them, Degon? That's the headshot from Acer to knock down God on the retreat. This is Wildcard, proving that even gods can bleed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Spring with the getting on in there and making sure he's still active and not just letting everyone else go. And Spring gets the knockdown on God. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so it was God. I thought it was Lucky through the window. That almost freaked me out there. That was absolutely crazy. One more left alive for 303. Nope, they're out. And all members of 303 knocked and flushed. 64 down to 60. Our first team out, and it's been a tough day today for the trees of 303.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they may be team 303, but that was 101. Just how to take that fight right there, getting the flanks in with the aggressive rush, not giving them a second to try and get the reses off there once you got the knocks out of the vehicles, destroying it, utilizing your sniper far back, pushing on in with your ARs. That was just a masterclass there to open that up. And that is our first team out. But once again, we see Tempo Storm on the screen. We see Omen Elite there as well. Degon, it's like they know all these prime locations. It's where they know where they want to play the video game.
Yeah, and they know that the other team knows. So Tempo and Omen know where each other are, and they're like, yeah, you know what? They'll do their thing. They'll shoot north. We'll do our thing. We'll shoot south. It'll be great. We'll meet in the final circle probably. As Glacier, they didn't know that Tempo Storm would be there, and they're just getting rained upon, and not a lot of moves there for Ghosty and the boys to do anything right now.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options in that situation. It's also... Ooh.
I don't think Brutal knows that Tempo's here either. ESG in a lot of trouble. Brutal will be able to sneak his way on by. What a crazy hill. The chase is on. HH24 going to try to take a couple more shots here, but he will not be able to land them. Tiger for ESG fighting another fight, and ESG is very spread out right now. They're actually in between G25 now.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, ESG has been a team we've been very quiet so far on today. Eaststorm Gaming, Brutal and the crew, we've seen them just sort of all over the place right now. They seem to be playing a little bit more spread out than most teams, which is not something I'm a huge fan of, to be honest. I always talk about the idea of the buddy system, the idea of having at least one teammate close by, because if one of you gets knocked, you can get behind a tree, they can get the res. You can't do that if you're all off on your own, and that's a truck slowly sliding down a cliff. Brutal.
Yeah. Save
Brutal.
it. Oh,
Brutal. Brutal. My
That's
goodness,
okay. It was
Egon,
lag.
Fine. It's fine. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it, Brutal. You're fine. Suck the landing.
That was pretty crazy. Yeah, he's fine. Brutal's fine. ESG, they're fine. Tempo, actually, Spec got knocked. I think he got knocked from distance by Omen Elite. Nico looking at his former teammates and saying, hey, I'm over here. Just if you remember what it was like when I was shooting for your team. Now I'm shooting at your team. And Omen Elite probably going to think about rotating away as Tempo are keen to where Nico was at when he took those shots. Oh, Nico's not done yet, though. You can see those shots still raining down.
And here's one of the things we haven't talked about really much today, Degon. It's the idea of audio cues. Something obviously very important in PC gaming, if you're familiar with that, and console as well. Also incredibly important here in the world of mobile. Knowing where exactly these shots are coming from, having a really good pair of headphones or a headset that you can use to pinpoint exactly where those opponents are. Footsteps, gunshots, they make a world of difference, and it's something these teams are constantly listening for. That's why having clean comms is something that's really important. It's the efficiency of communication between these teams. Oftentimes guys are laughing, they're joking around, they're having a good time. But when the fighting really gets intense, knowing how to communicate the most efficiently with the most info, most efficiently, and the least just noise in the background to make sure that you can keep track of where every single one of your opponents are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we do the same thing. I think we have some good time while we got to fill. Like this circle's been pretty slow, only one team knocked out. And then when it's time,
no one in chat's noticing.
No one's noticing.
No one's noticing.
Yeah.
We've had to fill for 15 minutes.
Yeah. No one's noticing at all.
Nope.
As man, I thought ESG was gonna get into a fight earlier. They drove past Tempo, they punched the Hornet's nest and ran away.
I don't care if you looted Millie to the nth degree. Your pockets were just the fullest they've ever been. You just wasted almost all your stims to get here. I understand edge creeping or whatever, but you're now gonna run into square one on this bridge as well as other things. This is just kind of gonna be a bit of a rough time after all of this.
Wait.
It's not a warrior's death.
Wait, look where all of Valhalla is.
That's what I'm saying.
On shooting range is Mo. To the north is was it ASAP Trill. to the east is King. You can see King there, and then right there is LJ. They are nowhere near each other. And I was like, Valhalla, yeah, the team to watch. They're doing great. They can't drive together. They can't drop out the plane together. But somehow they're going to come together and find a way to put together a good game number 4. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of want that prediction to happen.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. You get a mulligan today. We'll give you one. Not quite able to find it there. M16 long range. Tiger with the one taps. Oh, hello. Karma down there on the motorcycle. Tempo's there as well. Oh, no. This is just a field day for Tiger right now.
Yeah. Tiger's got the shack to work with. He wants to try and figure it out. They do have Karma already pinned down, and smoke's coming out. Vehicle probably going to get popped here, and yeah, that's not the place you want to be here for Extreme Slayers. They've had a surprising performance so far, and look at those shots rifle right on back. Fantasy saying, hey, look, please let us leave. Let us leave. We ran into Tempo last game. We ran into a bunch of teams that we didn't want to fight. Let us leave.
Saying, is this the real life? Yes, it is, Tiger. Not just a fantasy. Getting those shots long range. Teams are trading blows. And I think this might... No escape. Okay, we're going to stop right there. It has been too much casting already. Okay, that's fine.
Fantasy with the roll up.
Oh my goodness. Samuro is here as well, pulling out all those blades. What can he do with it right now?
Underhand. He needs to take some lessons from Tensa. Cook it.
Get the lob. Cook it. Cook it.
Stir it.
Iron Chef. Okay.
Look at the wrist. There's a Tiger. He's going to start taking shots first. AC ripping all over. Look how low the health bars are for ESG. And Fantasy's able to get both of them. Karma.
Brutal.
Down. Last one alive. He has to this. Brutal. Hanging behind the vehicle. Brian's down. This is it. A 1v1. Try his best. Stims on up. Gets himself healed using the first aid. And through the smoke. Brian. Who's that?
It's Brutal.
It's Fantasy! Another 1v1 victory here for Extreme Slayers. Last time it was Simplicity. This time it's eStorm Gaming. And right before our eyes, we're seeing a team be forged through the fires in game number 4.
Look, D-Gon, it's extreme. I would not expect anything less from them here. It comes down to a 1v1 every time. I'm so sorry. I had to. It had to be done because literally there were 6 people crawling around like little snails on the ground. Their backpacks like the little shells going on. That was ridiculous. You don't see that anywhere else. And now we're seeing another party here in the Wizard Tower. Let's see who can pull a rabbit out of their hat in this one. It is going to be Col2, BGBG, Tempo Storm, HH24, the throwing nades left, right, and center. And it is Yeezus having to make the hero play right now. Oh me, oh my.
Yeah, Col2, BG in PMPL scrims have just constantly had something like this happen. They get spread out, and then a big team like Tempo Storm comes in and kills. And it's so interesting because they double down on this play style. They like to play split, but they never have that opportunity to come back together like Valhalla has. At least Valhalla has gotten back together through all the craziness, whereas Col2, BGBG, a lot of the time, they split up and they get caught out in the process of getting back together.
Yeah. Which you can't, if you're gonna, like, there has to be a game plan, that reassembly, Egon. You know, this game was a puzzle. You gotta know how you're gonna put it back up, as we are seeing more kills in the kill feed. My goodness, and it's actually Wildcard getting some damage taken. Whoa, hang on there. What is happening there? Our first place team in a bit of a world of hurt. Zombie with the exploding vehicle facing down Tempo Storm here as well, but all 4 members of Extreme Slayers are still up and alive, but they're facing down not the opponent I think they wanted to run into here, D-Gon, and there's full knowledge that this team is rotating in. Valhalla on the other flank, battered, bruised, not beaten yet. They're also rotating into this engage.
Yeah, we hop on in with Extreme Slayers after that crazy fight earlier against eStorm. They turned their focus onto Valhalla. They did knock King out, and King will die outside the zone with Tempo raining on in. Now taking a peek back at this G25 fight with GCR nearby, and G25 getting knocked out early on, and it's by Glacier. And so Glacier winning a big fight against an established team here. Simplicity near that area as well with Lolo on a flank, so they have to be careful as we continue to follow along with this Extreme Slayers fight. Extreme Slayers taking some shots at Tempo, and Tempo losing a member early on. Rain focusing in here onto Square One. So you got 4 teams in this block. Valhalla, Square One, Tempo Storm, and Extreme Slayers going back and forth here. I think Tempo Storm has lost one. Yeah, it's HH24 that's down. Rain in a vehicle with Tensa and Spec left for shooting.
Maybe trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew as Tempo Storm in this one. All the rotations are coming in from east and west. They found themselves a hilltop to try and hold it, but it is highly contested territory as Square One is moving on in. Rain trying to find the shots, but he's getting shot in his back. That's what I'm saying, D-Gon. They've just been taking too many fights. Everybody is hearing these shots, and everybody wants to get a piece of this action. And now it is 3 members up for Tempo Storm as they're fighting off against Square One as well. Jokester and crew are trying to line their way up, push up this hill. And they've been able to do a pretty good job of it so far. Not able to get it down as Tempo.
Yeah, so Valhalla all get smacked around there in the northern part of the map. The last member alive, the member that got separated in the initial jump, Valhalla's Mo. He's just chilling in a shack right now. But Tensa spent that time clearing out the rest of the Valhalla members and might be in a little bit of trouble. He's in the blue, and Nefarious is going to drive by, and Jake actually gets taken down by Spec, gets the information on where the rest of Tempo Storm is, and Nefarious trying to make a safe rotation through the blue, actually running into multiple teams now. Steve-O is the one that's taking a ton of damage. At Square One, they hear these shots from Tempo Storm, and they're going to push Tempo Storm. Here comes Spooky, and he spooks out Rain and then spooks himself out, going to try to get himself back out to safety. It looks like he'll be able to get to the edge.
Not a whole lot of safety to be had, though, because Extreme Slayers is in the flank. Valhalla is there as well. I don't think Tempo necessarily realizes just how rough of a position they are in right now. Spooky is going to continue to push up. He's on the flank. They're going to hear the footsteps, though. Rain, the sneaky snake in the grass. They're trying to find these shots. Rain getting shot in the back. My goodness, this might be the end for Tempo Storm as Square One is here. That is 2 members down. The last one is absolutely shredded, and that is going to be Square One looking to try and clean all this up. Tensa can't quite do it. No more hero plays for you in the 4v3, and that is one of these young guns coming on into this and showing, hey, Tempo Storm, we're coming for you.
Yeah, just a caveat, Tempo Storm was taking 4 other teams on in the form of Valhalla, Extreme Slayers, and Nefarious.
Let them have this.
But, you know, okay, all right, Square One, you're able to do it. Square One picks it up, and Tempo Storm going out in 13th place. That is the lowest position they finished so far, and I don't think they have the kill points behind to kind of cover for such a low finish.
Oh, Mo.
Yeah, see, that's where Mo's been. Mo's been chilling that whole time in the shack.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I don't know if Extreme Slayers are going to clear this one out. As there is someone right next to Mo. Zombie, I'm not sure where Zombie's focusing his efforts right now, but Tribe now on the move. You got 1 member of Nefarious in there in the form of Stevo, but Tribe are aware of where Extreme Slayers are, and I don't think anyone knows where Mo is. They're literally best friends right now.
Oh my goodness.
Mo and Morrow. Hey bud, how's it going out there? It's pretty good.
They're social distancing, Degon. It's fine.
Yeah, they're literally a body away.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Be like Mo, everybody. Stay inside.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Inside, be like Mo.
Yeah. Be like Mo.
Let's see. Acer was able to pick up a couple members of Glacier on the rotation. The circle centers up, gives a lot here to Endgame. So Endgame has been close a couple of times, haven't been able to close on out. As King A, they're trying to smoke their path into the circle, but this is just a rough spot to be in right now. It's a lot of open space, and teams have to send it, get themselves inside. Tribe taking shots here at Extreme Slayers, and I think it was Karma that just sent it in the buggy. He gets himself a small little ditch there, but he's all by himself. Him and Fantasy still left alive.
All the while, though, we have Endgame and Omen Elite fighting out as well. We are going to see XS getting knocked to pieces during all of this as well. The Miracle Run may come to an end there. We have to talk about these other crews here. Omen, Endgame. These have been some fan favorite squads from start to finish here. They are still in this. All 4 members of Omen Elite are still alive. They've just sort of been creeping their way on through this Stegon, but now they find themselves in one of these final circles, and they're putting pressure on none other than Wildcard, the team you know they're gunning for.
Yeah, it's Gilly Angry taking the shots downrange, able to get a couple there onto Beached Banana. Wildcard now getting pinned down. Wildcard very close to the circle, so is Omen Elite. So both these squads don't have to go too far, but they're very aware of where everybody is. Siga, he's going to be forced to move.
Tire.
We can see here, Endgame, very close. On the minimap, you see just a couple steps away, but there really isn't too much cover in this area. It's going to be an ugly finish here for all of these teams. King A, the rest of the boys trying to work their way on in. Wildcard as well. As Acer, lots of smoke, a couple of broken vehicles. Spring has gotten himself a little bit closer as he drove his way on in, and is trying to use a tree and the vehicle for cover, but the vehicle is going to explode very soon. Angry on the scene.
Shots going right downrange the MK. Oh boy, this is going to be a little bit chaotic when Wildcard decides they want to rotate. There's the vehicle explosion. Not able to pick up any kills with that one, though. But this is a who's who of competitive PUBG Mobile left. We got Tribe, Omen Elite, Wildcard. We've got, Endgame. I mean, everybody. Every one of these teams, Degon, if you were to say, give me a pizza slice of all the top teams, make a pizza of the best in PUBG Mobile in North America, it would basically be this final circle right now. As Zute is putting shots into the back of Wildcard, they just have to go prone. Sneaky Snakes right now. Everybody is trying to push for it, but it's an open field, Degon. There's not a whole lot to work with as Seagut's pushing into the members of Endgame. He's got to turn around. Got an SMG in hand, but what can he do with it? Alucard is already down. All 3 teammates are already down, and that looks like it might be the end for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, Tribe picked a fight here for Endgame. This looked like it was their game to win, and they're in position to do so. As we've said, a lot of veterans on this roster. Ironsight and Everfury used to play together back in the day with Zute, and Zute, captain of Omen Elite, trying to prevent all those OGs from getting themselves a win, but Zute knocked. They had to send it in the vehicle. Juicy barely alive, now on revive duty, peeking because now Wildcard starting to push on into Omen. Not a lot of opportunities here for Omen to do too much. They just got to sit here, take a couple of peak fights, and hope that they don't get second and third party here by Endgame. And Cool2 BGBG, I complained about them earlier, taking too long to regroup. Well, here they are, and they got 3 members inside.
My goodness. Control of this middle ground right now is going to be down to utility, down to placement, and down to who can just hit their shots. At this point, Degon, when it all strips away, it's who can hit that headshot when it matters most, who can find that dink when they need it, and who can just play it slow, play it steady, and not let the pressure get to them, because the pressure is mounting on all sides right now.
Yeah. Teams have to force their way into the circle. Cool2 BGBG have the longest route to go here. But Wildcard, still again, top 3, finding a way to get themselves close.
Lux is going to go down from Cool2 BGBG. Draven, the last man standing there. Twirl your mustache all you want, sir, but the circle is closing on in. We have Diablo going to try and line something up here. Trying to get that nade in toward Wildcard. What can it do? So much! My goodness! Lobbing into explosives. Is Draven just trying to survive on the outside of this as we do the final confrontation between Wildcard and Endgame. They're going back and forth. Beach Banana, though, needs to try and stand strong as him and Acer are facing up against Diablo. This might be it. He's trying to get his teammate up, but 2 are dead. 1 is down. Diablo. Oh my goodness. The smoke fades. Can he get this revive? Yes, he's able to get it off.
Yeah, the nade coming on through, taking down Ironsight. This was Endgame's game to win. They were supposed to win this, but this looks like another chapter from the same book. And yet again, Endgame not able to close it on out. And Wildcard are your winners. Another chicken. Winner, chicken dinner. There we go. We got it right. Eventually.
Winner.
Holy
chicken,
moly. And it's
dinner.
Endgame doing the hard work. They're doing the hard work, getting themselves into the circle and getting themselves kills, but they're just not able to close it out. And this Wildcard team, it's crazy. It's crazy that they've just propped on up at the beginning of this year and how well they're gelling, and another top finish for them. Again, you can say the same thing about Omen Elite, but there's a difference between multiple game wins and finishing well multiple times. This is crazy.
And with 12 kills to boot. Just insane play. Insane play coming up from them. Degon, let's take a look back at that game in our Xperia highlights. It was a slow start. It was a quiet opening, but when the action heated up, my goodness, it was straight fire.
Yes, it absolutely was. I'm loving Extreme Slayers here. As we touched on, this was the last team to qualify. This was 32 out of 32, and they are just taking fights. They're like, you know what? Let's do it. We're in here. We'll pop you in the face. We don't care who you are. And they've been successful. 2 out of 2, 3 out of 3, because they took down Tempo Storm as well as we follow along with Tempo. This is what got them in trouble. Rain was picking a fight there. Then they started picking a fight up there. Oh, no, it was okay. Square One that picked the fight here with Tempo Storm. And Tensa, when Tensa has his gun out, it's usually a good thing. But that time Tensa was healing up. That's why Tensa wasn't able to clutch this one out 1v3. And then we took a quick look at this closing circle. Nades coming everywhere. Cool2 BGBG, I think, did a fantastic job working their way on into the final circle. But look at that. 3 members up for Endgame. Only 2 members up there for Wildcard. And somehow, as they always have done throughout the day, Wildcard just cleaning things up and just looking so good. So good.
I think it was just Wildcard conserving their nades at the end there, and then just Endgame just stacking up so much because they were trying to res each other, and they were hiding behind the rocks trying to utilize the cover. And cover is great, keeps you alive right up until there's nowhere else for you to possibly be, and the other team has all the intel in the world. And at this point, they've lobbed a few nades in their time, Degon, maybe 1 or 2, and they lobbed it straight into my heart because they have a 3rd game now, picking up that win there at the end. Just insane play from them. I don't think anybody can doubt that they are one of the top teams in North America. So props to them on their additional win here in that 4th game. But the day is not done yet. Before we jump on to our break, I'm going to say goodbye to you for now, Degon, for joining us. Take a little break. You'd earned it, buddy. You did great. Take a little break. Have a sip of water. See you in a bit. Bye. Because I have to say a big shout out now to our official mobile partner for the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. It's Sony with their Xperia 1. I've had the opportunity to use this phone quite a bit over the last few months. We were fortunate to have them joining us in season 4 as well. I have to say, it's fantastic. Really have been enjoying using it. So thank you so much to Sony and Xperia for joining us here for season 5 of the Mobile Open. Again, if you're looking to maybe upgrade your phone this year, be sure to check this one out. 21:9 cinema wide display, not your standard phone display, just a little bit wider, a little bit longer. And it just helps you, at least for me, just get my thumbs out of the way so I can play games like PUBG Mobile a little better. I mean, I'm still bad personally. That's not a phone thing. That's a me thing. Don't worry about it. But still, thank you so much to Sony for joining us once again. And of course, if you want to get involved yourself, if you say, look, wow, season 6, that sounds exciting. There's going to be a season. Yeah, there's a season 6. Maybe I want to join. Maybe you can follow us over on Twitter. !social is where you can do that. ESL PUBG Mobile on Twitter there. And of course, guys, if you're watching the stream and you want to see more of this, if you're joining us from the front page of Twitch or over on YouTube, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, because we're going to be broadcasting quite a bit more PUBG Mobile action here. So thank you all so much for that one. For myself and Baron, for the rest of the crew, we have our final game coming up here in just a bit. You do not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back everybody to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. My name is Paul Inverum Toddkill. I am your host here in the magical world of mobile esports, the ESL Mobile Open with PUBG Mobile today. I said mobile a lot of times in that sentence. Let's pepper it in a few more times for good measure. Thank you all so much for joining us here for the first day of our playoffs for Season 5. The last year and a half has seen an incredible amount of growth in the world of mobile esports, and we are so proud to be at the forefront of that here in the world, here in North America. I also have to welcome back Digon, who has been wearing the same shirt on every broadcast forever, and at this point, I wouldn't even recognize you without it, if I'm being
Also, what is that? You had to welcome me back? Isn't it a pleasure to welcome me back? Like, are you forcing me to do? What's happening to our casting dynamic here, Paul? Mobile.
mobile, the duo. Yeah, no, I have to welcome you because I didn't want you to leave in the first place. The fact that I have to welcome you back just it breaks my heart, Digon. That's why.
All right. Okay. Good save. I think I follow along with that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, the brain is the space for the brain is being taken over by the hair. The hair is getting crazy here because staying in.
Yeah, no, I was able to. Yeah, getting a haircut was actually a challenge, but we got it done. I feel for folks because it's getting ridiculous right now. You know what else is getting ridiculous? These plays, Digons, plural. You, just multiple. You, Digon. It's just getting ridiculous. So let's take a look at this leaderboard. Going into this last game, first and second, I'm just going to keep rolling right on through. First and second was separated by a single point. And now Wildcard Gaming, with a third chicken dinner victory, has pulled ahead to an astronomical lead, 84 points. Above the 16th place.
Oh, got it. All right. I wasn't sure what you were going for from there. Yes, 84 points above last place, which currently has 10. So 94 points here for Wildcard Gaming. 77 here for Omen Elite. Endgame, Cool2, BG, Tempo Storm round out our top 5, and Nefarious still riding high off of their second place finish on Miramar in the top half. And I think now is a good time to remind everyone the way that we work in two different groups, right? We have one group of 16, another group of 16 in group 2. So group 1 playing today, group 2 playing next Monday, and then group 1 and 2 playing 3 games each 2 weeks from now. It's not the top 8 from each group. It's the overall highest scores from both groups that make it on in. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. And I thought the scores would be more evenly dispersed, seeing how many PMPL teams, how many veteran teams, returning teams are coming back in here. But right now, it's a 2-horse race endgame with all those vets on that squad, Ironsides, Kato, and the rest of the boys there, keeping close pace. But, wait till Tempo Storm wakes up and starts taking a ton of points away from teams. Wait till Tribe gets themselves together and starts taking away points from teams. And it's going to be kind of crazy here that all these teams are not doing as well as Wildcard's doing, and Wildcard's just stomping everybody and taking all the points from the lobby. We might not have all the big teams into the finals,
which is crazy to think about, but we kind of knew that coming into Digon, the idea of how stacked this lobby was. And we thought it maybe would have been a little bit more punishing towards some of these, lesser known squads who are coming and trying to make a name for themselves. But when you have a team who is being so dominant, just Wildcard Gaming, which has been, again, top 3 finish every time, top 1 finish 3 out of 4. That's a very good percentage. That is a nutty percentage, especially, and it would be a nutty percentage in any lobby, in any pro scrim lobby, in any game in the Mobile Open. But the fact that you're doing it with the top 3 teams from last season, because that was our top 3. It was Tribe Gaming, and it was Tempo Storm, and it was Wildcard. And the fact that they're able to do it in such a, frankly, stacked lobby is even more impressive. And I think just goes to show that all of the good things that Wildcard did in Season 4, they have continued to improve upon. They've identified their strengths, improved on those. And they've identified their weaknesses and improved on those. Because I can't find a lot of weakness with Wildcard right now.
Yeah, their shot calling has been on point. When they decide to take the fights have been on point. When to disengage, I think, has been pretty important from them as well. Because they weren't a complete squad going into that final circle on Erangel. and they were able to still pull it off, get to the right spot at the right time, and outgun Endgame that had the numbers advantage. So, and it's been different players stepping up at different times, and I think that's what makes this roster so deadly.
No, I think you're 100% right. Any single player can step up and be the hero, and all of them have done that so far today. Let's see if they can continue the trend in game number 5. We strain our ears real hard. We can hear the sound of that plane starting things off as we're about to jump into our next map.
I'm wearing headphones.
Yeah,
I don't have to listen that hard. It's right there,
fair.
Paul. It's
That's
there.
fair.
It's pretty loud, actually.
I had them turn it down because you're right. It was just so loud. I'm being honest.
All right, game number 5, last one of the day, and we've had a lot of slow starts. I'm not gonna lie, slow starts to kick things off until we had the Sandhawk game where they hot drop right next to each other. But other than that, it's been a lot of slow starts. Expecting more of the same here, even if we get a crazy circle and then explosive action. A team that comes to mind in that last one is Tempo Storm. They went out in 13th. Was it 13th or 11th place? Something way further down, and you don't expect to see that from them because it was actually last time on this map where I think it was Tensa and HH24 were the ones that got caught out, and they were forced to take a Jeep on out, and they would have been the first team out. Instead, they snuck their way all the way up to 9th place and picked up, I think, 5 or 6 kills along the way.
Yeah,
those are the types of performances that we expect to see them do when the numbers are stacked against them. Wait till they get circle blessed. Wait till things start going their way.
Circle blast, absolutely. Now, I want to make a note as well. This is an almost identical plane path that we saw in game number 2. Now, obviously, we had a southwest circle. And
yeah.
We, saw the response of that. Now, I'm going to be curious to see what the response is if we see a very different circle here. Because, again, I love this when we have these very similar plane paths. We can kind of see some similar drops, some a little bit different up towards the top. Howell still going there, but I think it was Glacier who didn't meet. But this time around, now how do teams react? Because we saw a lot of teams get into the circle very, very early, but a lot of teams are still going to have to rotate here. I'm looking towards Endgame in particular. Endgame, who looked so solid that last time around, are going to need to step up as already the fighting is breaking out. Simplicity, Degon. They don't know how to not fight early, but at least this time it's working out a little bit for them.
Yeah. eStorm Gaming picking the same spot. Funny enough, they picked Graveyard where they're burying one of their teammates.
Not so fast. Not able to pick that one up. Not ideal.
Not too fast. Yeah, that one works. That was a good one. That was the best one I think you've had today. You had a couple where we just barreled through and there wasn't a lot of
depth. A low bar. Yeah.
There were a lot of touch. There was a lot of brute force. Brutal force, if you will. See what I did?
Yeah.
ESG's guy's name's Brutal.
I know. Yeah. Okay. I could have made a fairy tale reference there, which is what his name is actually referenced to, but although for those weebs in chat, we can get there.
There's a lot.
There are a lot.
Taking a peek on the map, though, just real quick. Los Leones, this is what I've been used to seeing. 3 teams looting up Los Leones and staying relatively close to each other, then going, not another one. Tiger. He's
breakdancing.
Yeah, he has to break dances. Lolo's taking some pot shots, and I think Tiger's gonna. I thought he was gonna inhabit the shed. No, he's gonna go for it up the hill. I don't know if Lolo's still looking. I don't think he's looking anymore. I think Russell came by, picked him up, and they're on their way out. Oof.
Oh boy. Okay. Tiger. I feel like every time we switch to ESG, it's always Tiger. Yeah. And he's always in a bit of a precarious situation. I don't feel like I've ever switched it to like Tiger doing fine. Tiger having a great day at the beach. Tiger relaxing, enjoying a sip of tea. It's like Tiger desperately running for his life, surrounded by enemies, being shot at by 3 different places.
Yeah, and they're not quite done yet. We're following along the wild card, but if you look at the map, they're running straight into Picada, right next to Joker, north of them, and Tempo Storm. So they picked the wrong way, and Brutal is separated away from ESG. It's just, it's a bad day in the desert for eStorm Gaming. Not a lot of storms in the desert. I guess a lot of sandstorms, not a lot of e-storms.
I mean, they have to be the e-storm. They have to be the one. There has to be a first one. As we're also checking out the team from Mexico. And I feel like this is really important to note, Degon, because this is open to all of North America, not just Canada, not just the United States, Mexico as well. And having these awesome teams from Mexico step up and make a name for themselves in the tournament is awesome, because things expanded so much, not even just in this game, because in season 1, it was only America.
Yeah.
But as that expanded to all of NA, we saw all these amazing players teams come in, not just in this game, but also in games like Asphalt and I, with like players like Elite Joe, which was so awesome to see all these players from these different countries coming in and enriching the program.
Yeah. Elite Joe's a beast, by the way. If you are a fan of feel-good stories, go back and watch the season ending to season 3. It's season 2 and season 3. Elite Joe's great. Great dude, great kid. I think we did a behind-the-scenes look at Elite Joe and the tournament for Asphalt. It was so cool. It was so cool. So, and I know you got the time because no one's going anywhere right now. So make sure you watch that after we close out today's action.
Don't leave now, for the record. We're still in our game, but afterwards, yes. Yeah. There's been a lot of amazing Mobile Open content that we've made over the last year, because this is season 5. This has been non-stop mobile gaming action, because there's 6 weeks of qualifiers. The season takes about 3 months, which is an awesome chance for players to start off and then learn and improve and continue and grind games. And, we have all these success stories. We look back at, year 1. I know we talk about staples in the scene. You got somebody like Sakumai and Jovi, which is a team that fought to qualify for finals like 3 seasons in a row. They finally made it to the finals. Like, those are the success stories we like to talk about here. And again, I remember, teams who may not have been exposed to some of these pro orgs without things like the Mobile Open, which is great to see. And I'm Violento. Buddy, what are you doing here? What you're creeping over this corner, but he's not. Look to your right. Look at the mini map. He's over. We know he's over there.
Yeah.
It's going to get interesting.
I'd imagine that it would be in the buildings first too, so I'm not going to give him too much of an issue there. Going back to your Jovi point, Jovi was actually retired by Sakumai, who's now managing Omen Elite, and Caitlin, who's actually the substitute for Cloud9. We'll see in Group B. But there's a tweet out there, and I will retweet it later today.
It's the 5,000 likes.
Yeah, if you get 5,000 likes, they'll bring back just Jovi, and I want to see that roster back in the Mobile Open. Doesn't feel the same. Doesn't feel the same.
Oh, not the same. Just not the same.
Yeah,
I agree. All right.
Maybe
I'll reach out to our social team and we
give the slump. Where you at, dog? Like, Caitlin, I see you in the chat. I see everyone in the chat. Be nice to our new viewers that are supporting us for the first time today. You guys signed the GLA Chef pledge. Make sure you're kind to your neighbors. Let them know that they're loved.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Also, love to see some early action.
Ooh. Okay. Omen is like, I feel like Omen's one of these teams that I feel like we've talked about, but we haven't actually gotten to see like a ton of their play yet today, because their fights have been so sporadic. It's been 0 to 100. Hopefully we can follow along with Omen a little bit more this game and like catch the setup to some of these kills that they get, because the setup is, I think, honestly, where Omen tends to thrive a lot. You've got like Zutane Group, the shot calling for this team is pretty much second to none in North America, some of the best. And I want to see more of the precursor to these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main reasons why we haven't seen a lot of it, and it seems so fast, is because their shot calling is decisive and very quick, and it's like, hey, look, this is it. We're going right now. And that's why we don't find a lot of those fights compared to what's been happening to 303. Poor 303 just keeps getting rolled up upon, and they don't have a chance to set up a play. They're getting played. And right now, the trees having an opportunity here with Lucky peek in the corner. Not quite able to find anything. These guys north of the power grid. And Karma, we've seen them a couple times now. Extreme Slayers just take these crazy fights and win. They've won multiple, and now they're going for 303, and it doesn't look like either team's ready to back off.
I mean, living up to the namesake here, not only is it Extreme Slayers, but it's XS. They're taking it to XS right now. They want to take every fight they possibly can, as Fantasy's going to come on the flank, but Lucky's watching for it, though. Not just luck here, prediction and skill. Zeke needs to be... Did he actually get out? I think he was actually helped up in the back. This is huge. XS is going to look to slow this one down, though, Degon. They're wild. A couple of wild and crazy guys, but they're not nutty.
Yeah, but no. Lucky's kind of nutty. He's still pushing here. Yeah. Using the TPP to see if he can catch anyone. Catches a glimpse of Karma driving the buggy out in the distance. Sidon, though, still nearby. Fantasy as well, and everyone kind of in a standoff here between these teams. Actually, Karma, he's going to wrap around, and that information being passed along by Lucky. This is going to be, I think, just a peak battle here.
303 have left all their vehicles behind too, which is something I should note. They're rotating over the top of these rocks. They are spreading out a little bit, creating the concave, like I've talked about before. Just opening up your base of fire, which is super important. But I actually think they're in better positions right now than XS. XS sort of needed, like, if they were going to push, they kind of needed to push. Now, I honestly think a full reset wouldn't be the worst decision of all time, unless they can get a pick here onto Lucky.
Yeah, but like a full reset, I think, still gives your back to 303. So both teams don't want to disengage, because by disengaging, you give it back to the other team. And if they peak, there isn't a lot of, I guess there's a couple hills that you can use, but you're not 100% sure if you're safe or not. As 303, they can disengage, but I don't think XS can engage, as Tasty gets a mouthful of bullets. He'll stay okay, though, for now.
And this might be a little bit of that reset like I was talking about. 303 got Karma pinned a little bit here. Lucky, though. Ooh, that is spotted out by Karma, I think. Yeah, with the TPP, that third-person perspective. He does have the bit of the angle, and he's got the info. They know Lucky's over there pretty much all by him, is lonesome at this point. This might be the opening XS needs, but Lucky might be the bait here. The rest of his team might have an angle. There is an opportunity for them to retreat here, but I don't know if either one of these teams wants to back down. Lucky is in last place coming into this Degon. They need every point they can get.
Yeah, if they want to try and make a run with 4 games, if you include this one in hand, they need to make sure they get a top 5 finish, at least in one of them. We, again, with our new scoring system, it was the first time, not exactly sure what the threshold was. Do you remember before, we knew what the threshold was always going to be? Wasn't it like 800 points? 800 points and you're golden. Yeah. Now we don't know what the threshold is, because we've reset the scoring, and teams that are highly placement dependent have had to change their strategies on them. So if you're in last place, you just know that's bad.
Yeah, no. That's a very easy one to look at. Okay, we've only got 10 points. We were in the lobbies and then got like 2 kills each game, and that's about it. You can do the math on that. So, all right, again, but that's at this point. Look, you can only go up from here. The pressure's off. Just go frag out. Go take some smart fights and do your best. And then there's Everfury. And then there's Everfury. Okay. Passing like ships in the night, and now Lux has confirmation there's players in that compound. So that's actually Everfury, the accidental friend.
Yeah. Oh, and now back to our action up on the hill. Finally, someone blinked first. 303's Lucky did get spotted out. Fantasy picks him up. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to that fight in just a little bit, because 303 now going on the attack.
Now it's Diablo rotating on through. This endgame squad has looked solid, has looked consistent, but has not yet looked excellent. I feel like there's still like another gear that they can shift to that we haven't quite seen yet today, that I'm excited to see from them, Degon, because again, the top contenders are going off today. They need to continue to step up to hang with these big boys like Wildcard and crew. So we're back on board with XS, who are still staring down 303, but we missed some fights because Zombie and Fantasy, they've dropped. This is no longer a 4v4, and now it's Extreme Slayers on the back foot.
Yeah, I like the patience shown there by 303. They knew it was all downhill for Extreme Slayers. If they were to back off like what they're doing right now, it's a lot of open space. You can see Zeke trying to take some shots. Dinks Karma for a little bit. That goes in the air, but the car stays alive. The Bronco is bucking, but they'll stay safe. And Sidon will stay alive.
Oh my goodness, that was wild. Yeah, bucking Broncos aside, that was the escape there. Good work the Karma put in earlier in the day, paying off for him here. Full stem and get himself healed right back up. And now they're gonna have to try and reset. The fight never ends. It never ends.
The fight there never ends, and also happening on the southern part of the circle, it looks like Nefarious and Glacier, they were so far out of the space, they kind of ran into each other, might be in a little bit of trouble, but the engage breaks on off. Tempo hanging okay right now. They're playing this one a little bit closer to the vest, as they are scoping out what their next move is going to be. El Pozo currently occupied by G25, eStorm Gaming, and of course Square One. So you're not exactly sure if that's where you want to send it if you're Tempo. So Tempo just kind of being relatively safe right now.
That's kind of what I want to see from them here because, oh my goodness. Well, this isn't necessarily safe for ESG. Speaking of safety, as they are pinned between Square One and G25, not the most optimal of positions to be in. They've got the one building to their favor, but cover is a little bit sparse when they finally decide they do want to rotate. So keep an eye on this one for sure. Spooky and crew are here. This is Tribe. Stack of vehicles. So that's the official term for this, a stack.
They're trying to flip it over, I think. Trying to flip over the bike. Oh. There it is. Did they get it? This is high-level PUBG Mobile play right here.
Oh,
low-level parking, though. Low-level parking.
Look. Driving is the underrated skill, Degon. And it's one that, I'm going to be honest, none of them have mastered. Literally not one player in this lobby. I say this with the confidence of somebody who's good. I can't do it either, but certainly none of them can either.
I don't know. So, Everfury just drove through all those guys. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, maybe I just haven't seen it yet, Degon. Maybe it's been a while. It's been months since our last event. I challenge you, PUBG Mobile community. Send me your best clips of driving. You need gunplay or nades or good rotations, good utility usage, solid team play coordination. No, driving. That's what I need to see. Who's the best driver in North American PUBG Mobile?
Well, about to get a little bit of fighting, possibly, because Zute and Lolo are right on top of each other. On the minimap, you can see their circles are touching. They're not socially distancing close enough as Zute gathers the information, trying to figure out where he wants to take this fight, but this would not be good for either one, because I'm pretty sure Lolo's scouting way further ahead from the rest of his team, and you could hear Lolo figure it out, pull out the nade, try to find where Zute is, and Zute pretty far away from the rest of his team. One of those guys gets knocked, they're gonna
lights out
pretty far away. Yeah. And Zute hearing the nade, gonna realize maybe running on that flat, straight surface not so great. Let's use the edges here.
I'm just gonna look to reset. There's just the two members here again. Buddy system for Omen Elite. They are scattered from the rest of their team, trying to find a more advantageous position to take this. Zute, though, needs to watch his back, quite literally. As Lolo and the crew are continuing to try and find this angle. Is now Nico playing post. Gonna look to try and hold down the fort here for the team. As now the rest of Simplicity is catching up. They have vehicles in tow as well, trying to take over this high ground position. Ooh, that was the moment right there. Lolo crests the ridge, crests the rise. Now Nico is hearing the shots coming in from behind.
Yeah, Nico trying to get the wrap here. But Lolo continuing pushing. Yeah, it's time to run. It's like, it's time to reconsolidate. Reconsolidate? Consolidate. Reconsolidate. You can reconsolidate, right?
I'm pretty sure they're one of those words that are useless, but they mean the same thing. But yeah. Just consolidate into reconsolidate. I don't know. Like, what's that other one? What's the other big one? Help me out.
Tell me. I don't know.
A read at the front. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, that's fine. Look, all I know is this could have been an exciting play. It could have been a huge push in a battle, but instead Omen Elite did the smart move and just pulled they tactical advanced, aka a retreat, and they retreated. And now Simplicity are just climbing rocks.
That's a reword.
Yeah. Retreat.
Where did Omen Elite go to?
I don't know.
Omen just bounced on off, and I think they ran into our friend's endgame. And,
they did.
Yeah, you could see on the kill feed there some knocks coming through.
Oh, they did, Degon. Hopefully we can hop on over with that fairly soon. As Angry and crew able to get those two knocks onto endgame, who are hoping this is not the end of their game, as they are pinned right now. Oh, Juicy gonna go in. They are stuck between Hammer and Anvil, as we have Coltu BGBG also on the high ground through all this. Juicy's raining in the nades. Oh my goodness. That's not ideal. That's the first one in. The one in the top floor as well. Everfury, can they get the pickup? Goes to the nades, somehow not getting the kills. Oh boy. Juicy needs to take a breath. He gets Diablo with one nade, but my goodness, me oh my. This is a tough spot if you're an endgame fan. I see you in chat. I know what's up.
Yeah. Carson Not so good here. Ironsight gonna have to figure this one out. Juicy pushed on up, will back himself off to buy a little bit more time, but smokes everywhere from the rest of Omen Elite so that the guys don't get third-partied upon. Cool2 BGBG, as you said, raining down some shots and putting their focus towards everyone else, but there it is, Spring with the M24 taking down Nico. Juicy, oh, the smoke nade on top. Ironsight with the peek. I don't know if he saw him, even though we're TPP, and Omen Elite gonna send it. Here we go, straight on it. Juicy's taking painkillers while the rest of his team is putting down the pain. Carson gets taken down. See you later, Ironsight. Angry, able to get the knockback there. Zute is knocked. Seeing if he's able to get on in. Oh, Zute gets shot from behind. Not exactly sure. It's Cool2 BGBG trying to steal a point away. And oh no, Angry is on fire. Somebody's on fire. It's Angry. He's able to recover here for a second. The last member alive for Omen Elite. So this push still not done yet. Kodo and Everfury still up. Zute, after getting shot from the behind by Cool2 BGBG, hanging around in the corner, not going to get revived because the revive is going down between the two former Space Station gaming men, Juicy and Angry. And Zute goes down. All of a sudden, this becomes a 2v2.
This is the building of death right here. I cannot believe it. Everfury and crew had like 2 HP between them. They both were able to met up. They both were able to stem up. And now this is the last hurrah as Juicy and Angry are pushing in. There's the knock to start it off. And finally, endgame is going to go down. Cool2, BG on the flank. The third-party action giving Omen the opening, the opportunity that they needed. But now, Dagon, they are in the line of fire.
Yeah, not the greatest spot to be in. I don't think they have a safe rotation out. Circle not going to help with them either. Once we take a look at that one, it's just off in the distance as there is a building near Omen Elite. But I think if you're end game, you crashed into the house, which I think was fine, and it was a pretty heroic effort by Nico to get multiple opening knocks there to slow him down, and it didn't quite work out there for end game. They got in the game, but won't get anywhere close to the end game as they go out in 16th place to close day number 1.
Well, I mean, the end is just the beginning in this situation as they're our first team knocked out. We are seeing a pretty hard shift on this circle. Just, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Tempo are inside 303. The last remaining members are there still on the flank. But for Tribe and crew, everybody else, they've got to make this rotation in now. But Omen Elite, once Wildcard is rotating in on them as well, this is going to get really darn exciting as HH24, he's got the crew right in front of him. And this is not being the best day so far for the boys there over on the side of Nefarious as they are continuing to get rained on from above. Oh my.
Yeah, Nefarious, looking rough for the boys. How many men left alive? It's just Jake. Just Jake. Until we get Jovi back with our 500, not 5,000, 500 likes, then it'll be just Jake. Hashtag just Jake. Left alive for Nefarious. And, you know, them staying on the top half of the scoreboard might be in danger here because they lost so many members. A quick wrinkle to note. Wildcard crashed the site where Cool2 BGBG were, and I think it's because they knew Omen Elite was there. Omen Elite was in that area. They're like, hey, look, Omen Elite's right next to us in the scoreboard. If we just crash on into them because there are only 2 and knock them out, we're safe, and we don't have to worry about them in terms of score, which is a pretty cool play by Wildcard. Just heads up on just awareness. And Spring! Spring! You are so dirty! Oh my gosh! That was awesome!
People ask if you can snipe in the mobile version of PUBG Mobile. PUBG? And yes, the answer is yes. You just saw it right there. My goodness. He's doing that just with he's doing that on a phone, Dagon! Shouldn't be allowed!
Yeah, and
it's mean!
For context, he was also doing this in the PMPL scrims. He did this on Vikendi to Cloud9. It was amazing. It was an amazing shot there, just like what we saw. That was awesome. Spring, we had the opportunity to chat with him after Wildcard 1 last season. So grateful for the opportunity. Felt so relieved, and I feel like we might have unlocked him into another level, as there's a ton of fighting now. Tribe trying to hop on in.
No.
To BG about to have a BG, unless it's a huge spray by Danny, and oh my God, Tribe almost fumbled this one. Oh, Tribe, please. I want you guys to do well. Oh, Siga died because Memo had to throw the smokes out before he could start reviving. They will get the revive up onto King A, and I don't know if Alucard. Yeah, Alucard dies to the play zone, so it's getting a little crazy out here for Tribe.
Tribe has not had a relaxing day, D-Gon. It has been only action all the time. Another team that has been joining in on that philosophy is Simplicity, who I would have the least simple day of all time between, you know, like minute one fights, crazy rotations, insane compound pushes, Russell, you know, just all the things.
All the things. Russell.
Where did
Irish just threw the
okay.
Russell?
Fine. Okay. Imagine if there was friendly fire. Scared the bejesus out of me. Russell and the Jimmies.
You scared me. Now Nade's starting to scare Team Snake as Siberia, very cold, getting heated up by a nade. Irish getting dinked a little bit there by a nade. But Simplicity, where's he getting inked from? Through the window. What a shot from outside. And down goes Irish. Oh no is correct. Russell will be able to get up. So window safety, very important. Minwoo Lolo holding from the outside.
Look, all I know is so far is this is just anyone's game. If game number 5 is proving anything to me, D-Gon, it's that when push comes to shove, these teams know how to shove back. They literally do not stop. We've gotten to the point of action. 12 teams left, 35 players still in the server, and everybody is fighting everybody. It's not like we have the third party anymore. Welcome to the rave.
Yeah, you gotta go. King A, just an update for the Tribe members. He has 19 first aids. So King A is going to be playing heal strat on the outside as we follow along with the action. Lolo trying to crash on in, realizes that's not how I want to park my vehicle. We'll have to reset. Snake not punishing Lolo for the poor movement there. And so not Kevin, who I think is actually Kevin, will back on off.
He's not. Yeah, he's Kevin. Okay. Gotcha.
ESG eliminating Glacier, burning him out of the desert. So Glacier going out a little bit earlier than what they wanted. But now multiple teams starting to rain down towards each other. Speaking of rain, he just gets knocked and flushed by Wildcard.
Wildcard with tempo there as well. Back and forth as Tense is actually able to get a headshot onto Beach there. Okay. Hang on, the fighting has not stopped. Playzone's actually going to take down Spectre through all of this. So the action is heating up, not only just on your screen, but also elsewhere as the circle is closing in. That's Tensa getting knocked. Spring? You're a crazy person, all right? Want you to know that. As we'd have, first aid King A. Whose name I'm definitely saying correctly on the outside. King A. Yes, that's it. Nice. That's the best
I'm
one of
on
the day.
fire, dude.
Dude, you are killing it today. Just unreal. Everybody. D-Gon, the one and only. As the battle between Wildcard and Tempo, I think, is finally starting to draw to an end.
Yeah, Kevin. Oh, no, Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
No.
All right, is this the Simplicity?
Yeah, that was cool by Simplicity. Rolling on through and taking care of business. Very clean. Knocking out Snake is not going to be anyone on that side of the circle. And Simplicity looked good. They're in the circle. They looked safe. As G25 not as comfortable, as well as Tempo, because Wildcard was pushing him to the brink. And it's getting a little crazy out here.
HH24 and crew are lining things up, looking down the barrel, but the blue is going to force them to rotate. But Wildcard was able to do the damage, and they got away scot-free. All 4 members of Wildcard are somehow still alive, and that seems to be the hallmark of this team. 303 down on the flank. Tempo can hear the shots raining out. They're looking down. They're seeing everybody just getting blown up. They say, we want to get in on this action too. Let's clean things up. But the moment it took them to stop is the moment that cost their defeat. It is Azor on the flank, the high ground, the scope, the shots, the finish. Starting the end of Tempo Storm in that one, cleaning things up. My goodness.
Yeah, G25 still battling back and forth, and it's a heel battle between King A and Brutal. Brutal has 2 more first aids left, so I think Brutal's going to win this one out. Oh, no, Brutal messed up his first aid. So King A playing the heel strat, going to get a couple more points.
Oh, by like 2 seconds. Oh, by like that was huge. Oh, no. All right.
Try playing a little smart here.
I don't hate it. Oh, my goodness. Okay, how does Wildcard always manage to put themselves in literally the best position there is on the map?
I don't
know.
I
mean, they're going to have to rotate now, and that's actually going to be a rough rotation. For the next, like, 30 seconds, they're feeling real good.
Yeah, they're looking real good, as well as our Square One squad. Again, you got G25 lobby leading qualifiers coming into the playoffs. Simplicity, who I think have been underperforming, and Wildcard, who's just dumpstering everybody. As, actually, Simplicity's Lolo blowing up Enigma. And so Wildcard now on the back foot. They do have 3 members still left up, but so do Simplicity. Simplicity have 4, and 3 here for G25. Trying to click here onto Square One. Yep, Square One have 3. So chunked numbers all across here.
7 seconds though, Degon, and this is now a long way to go for Spring and crew. I talked about that position, how great it was up on the high ground for those few seconds. It worked out amazingly for them, but now they're exposed with a target on their back. They were not able to finish up Simplicity. We've got the crates, and now they are split. They've got to climb down Spring. You can see him up top there on the high ground. Beach and Azor don't have a whole lot to work with, and this might be the first game we see Wildcard not finish in the top 3 as Dinner is pushing out, trying to find that chicken dinner, but that was not the door. Takes the other door in this game show as Beach is going to go down. PG is going to be able to pick up that kill, and this is going to be an absolute bloodbath in the finals here. Might be Simplicity coming up strong here as well. Zegon finally having a showing in these matches.
Yeah, and Simplicity picked the fights at the right time, but Square One not going away quite yet, throwing a ton of nades at G25. PG, the last member, still on up for G25. Spooky, Jokester, and Ice still up for Square One, but Simplicity, they've got 4 members up. Acer in a very, very sneaky spot right now next to a tree. He's going to have to move in only 20 seconds left. I don't know if they're aware that he's there.
I just threw a nade at him, so they are 100% aware that he's there.
Oh,
the tree is the only thing keeping him alive. No, this is 100% knowledge from Simplicity. Miwu was just staring him right down. Azor is going to have to move. I mean, I got to give props to Square One here, Degon. They got our first kill of the day in our very first game, and here they are in the final 4 in game number 5. Let's do the math on that. Showing up in a big way. PG is going to have to finally jump out of that window, but the shots are going to continue to rain through. They have full knowledge that he's there. He's just going to try and heal up through these, but these final few blues do so much damage. They've just got to kind of leave him be. Square One now have to go all out against Simplicity.
Yeah, Square One, able to answer one back. Ice, got ice in his veins, ice in his jeans. Irish gonna need some ice to heal up through this one. PG goes down, and Acer, he's able to heal strat, snake his way on through, and get himself all the way up to second place. But this game should be Simplicity's. Minwoo fluffs a couple shots, but yeah, Simplicity gonna take the win. Wildcard, you know, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got a couple from a couple games ago. I think they'll be happy with second place. G25's PG waiting that one out. They'll get 3rd, Square One in 4th, Tribe in 5th place.
You know what? There was a second there, Degon. There was a moment in time where I was like, I don't think Wildcard's going to get top 3. I was wrong.
You were wrong.
I did
not join you on that venture. I was like, I think they're okay. I think they're okay. You're like, no, they know. They're throwing nades straight at him. I was like, I don't know.
No, they knew he was there.
Okay.
It's just that there were other people more pressing to fight. And then they killed them all. And then they got top 2. So
we could ask Russell. Russell's very active. Russell, what did you think? Type it in the chat. Yeah. There's not a delay here where we're going to not be able to talk about it in 5 minutes. Sorry.
It's like a 9-minute delay or something. It's an incredible delay. So either way. Russell will eventually tell us, but before we can finally respond to that, let's get into our Xperia highlights from that last game. Because that opening was kind of slow and it was kind of fast. And it was kind of slow, it was kind of fast.
Yeah.
And then when the action really heated up towards the end, there was literally so much happening that I was struggling to keep track, even with our amazing observer team.
Yeah, it was pretty jerky back and forth in terms of tempo of the game, but definitely a lot of fun. And Cool to BG almost knocking out Tribe there. Like, imagine how that would have gone for Tribe if they would have all fallen so early. And I think that was with 10 teams left. And then Square One winning a couple of these close quarter battles. It was a lot of fun to watch them go back and forth with G25, PG getting a couple of knocks here. And it was a good attempt. Like, look at this attempt here by Ice. Almost got it, but you see PG in the background jump all the way out of the window. If he didn't have to do that, maybe you get there. Because look at Irish Russell. They were pretty low. They were pretty low before Minwoo was able to get that last kill. But a nice final stalemate to close things off and close the chapter. An exciting day number one.
I mean, I knew this was going to be a good series of games. I looked at the teams that were in this group, but even I could not predict just how much better it was going to look. Because it's been a hot minute since I've watched a lot of really good competitive PUBG Mobile, and it's just incredible to see what some of these teams can do. Everything just looks so much cleaner. Before, I feel like we were, criticizing fairly or unfairly some teams for maybe some haphazard rotations or taking some silly fights, but it felt like everybody, like you said before, had a game plan and they stuck to it, and it looked really darn solid. Degon, we're gonna say goodbye to you for like just like a minute, or two. I'm just gonna say some thanks.
Bye.
I'll see you. Bye.
Bye, friend. Bye, friends.
Goodbye. Okay. Just a minute, because I need the other half of the screen. Because I need to say some shout outs to our partners here for the ESL Mobile Open, starting, of course, with the presenting partner, AT&T. AT&T's been with us since the beginning. I can't say enough good things about them and their support of this Mobile Open program, helping to support us not only in terms of resources for prize pool and other good stuff, but just for the players, for the teams who show up week after week, day after day, putting in the games. AT&T helps us to put on this amazing tournament. Without them, this would not be possible. So thank you so much, AT&T. And thank you so much to Sony with the Xperia One for joining us as the official mobile partner. The Xperia One, again, a phone I've gotten the chance to use quite a bit over the last few months, and it's been really exciting to have Sony joining us now, showing that, look, in the world of mobile esports and competitive gaming, the Xperia One, if you're looking for a device to play on, is certainly a contender that you should check out. So thank you so much to Sony for joining us here for our Season 5 playoffs. I said all these great things, and maybe that's given our admins enough time behind the scenes to plug in all the numbers.
Do the math.
Do the math, Degon? Come back, Degon.
I will say, though, while we're waiting for those final scores, I did just retweet.
Ready.
I retweeted the tweet.
The tweet?
For Jovi, just Jovi, to come back to life. Like the tweet. Follow me at Degon. You don't even have to follow me. Just find me on Twitter, but do follow me. And then it's the first tweet on top. Bring back just Jovi. I want to see the best shot caller in North America. Caitlin, lead her team. Slump, romp. I forgot who the last person is. Sakamai fills in sometimes there. Favorite team. Make that happen. All right. The end. All
right. There are a lot of teams, Degon. There are a lot of teams, but only 16 in this first group of the day. And I get word that maybe there's a leaderboard that is ready to go. 114. Degon, 114. That's a lot.
That was a lot.
That's a lot.
You were in my brain. That's a lot. Look at by third place, they have double the points of Simplicity. And Simplicity got a chicken dinner in that last one. That's pretty good. And that is nuts. Any other surprises here? Endgame, as expected, this veteran roster showing up and putting up good numbers. I think as much as I think we might have given them a little bit of a hard time in that last fight there against Omen Elite, that's still very good. Very good for this team. When you're ahead of Tempo Storm, when you're ahead of Tribe, when you're ahead of some of these other squads there, I think you're pretty comfortable with how that's going. And then Nefarious starting to fall a little bit further. I don't want them to be a flash in the pan. I want to see them kind of pop on up like the way that Square One did in that last one. They took fights on. They looked good. The last team I wanted to shout out there, Extreme Slayers. Last place qualifier, looking pretty good here. 31 points. Maybe if you double that up, get yourself to 60. We don't know what that magic number is quite yet, but they were willing to take on fights and an exciting team here. So I'm excited to see what else this squad brings.
I'm going to be honest, though, Degon. I don't know what the number is either, but I'm pretty sure 114 is going to do it. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying that I don't do this wild card, but they could probably just not show up for week number 3 and probably still make it in. Because that's an incredible Don't do
putting
that.
idea in the
Don't do
head,
that.
Paul. That was not good.
Don't do that. Keep playing. Put on an impressive performance. But you did so already today. But there's always a but. Final thoughts on the day, Digon. What are you thinking? Close this up.
What a way to come back to North American PUBG Mobile. I love how the score is now streamlined with the competitive structure that has been put in place with the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues and map rotation. Now that we get to see all the maps in here. And I love seeing all the similar faces, you know, whether it's new teams, old teams, a solo player that I haven't seen in a long time. It brings me so much joy so that I can come back and be like, I remember that. Paul and I, for those of you that have been watching all day today and remember season 1, Paul and I, while we were rehearsing today, used a video from season 1, hashtag sign confound. And it was confound, hashtag confound, hashtag sign con. That was so cool to see not only them, but then all the names of all the other rosters that were there. It was just kind of mind blowing. And it's been a heck of a year and a half so far at PUBG Mobile. And I'm super excited to continue to plow the way through over the next couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely. I could not echo that more. And speaking of next couple of weeks, we're back next week with group number 2. If you guys want to stay up to date with all the stuff, social media is a great place to do so. You need to continue to watch this because this story is just getting started. !social in the chat. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and of course, join the Discord. If you want to get involved in future seasons, if you want to get yourself a team together, if you want to get involved in the world of competitive PUBG Mobile, this is your shot. This is your chance. It's open to everyone to join. Anyone in North America, ages 16 or over. There's no entry fee. There's none of that. Just show up and play the video game and have some fun. I think that's it from us on the night. I think that's about it. So thank you all so much for joining us. From myself and Verum, from Digon, the crew. We'll see you next week.
Bye. Be nice to everybody.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.